It's you. Okay.
Who wrote the trees?
Oh, there are treats.
No one takes credit.
Yeah,
Trees?
can't.
Oh, good.
I want to make sure that every trustee can be seen. So is every trustee able to be seen? Is Brian in there?
I can't tell. Not
Can't tell.
tiny, that little tiny thing. I'm sorry. My eyes are good. Glasses.
That's all. Today. Can you see Brian?
Wave your arms.
There.
Not
All
really.
right, let's move it back a little bit more just to get Brian there too. All right, we got everybody? Good. Oh boy. Okay, cool. Okay. All right. 5:59. We can wait 2 more minutes. Rocky came and Rocky ran out. We'll wait till 6:02.
I think he was running all the way back to his house.
You did pretty fast though.
And you left 3 minutes.
Does look close.
About 6 minute runs. And flip flops.
While that's happening, where is, like, I suppose your directions are right here. I still, on this village website, cannot find where the agenda is actually posted since it's not actually on the calendar. I go to government, hit that little drop down menu.
Click on Board of Trustees
Yep. I
Yep,
did.
it's there.
and then 2026.
I gotta go right into here. Thank you.
All right, we will, are we okay to start the meeting or anything? We're recording everything?
Just got to start.
All right, so we're going to call this meeting to order. This is a meeting of the Village of Short Hills Board of Trustees. Today is Tuesday, June 16th, 2026. The time is 6 p.m. And we will do the roll call.
Pete Crowley,
Here.
Brian Ishtick,
Here.
Carol Barford,
Here.
Mark Lederer,
Here.
Dave Paulson,
Here.
and Sean.
Here. Okay, statement of public notice. Has the meeting been properly posted?
Yes.
Is there anyone in the audience that objects to the meeting being properly posted? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Seeing none, approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
I'll move to present for the approval agenda as posted.
Motion by Brian Utchik. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Kate Crowley. If there are no changes, we'll call a vote. All in favor, say.
Well, sorry, I have two small things. I was hoping to move item 8A, approval of resolution R 2026-03, and 8G, discussion possible action, suspension of agenda template policy under the consent agenda.
Okay, I think you can move 8G. I wanted to put 8A under it, but because it's a resolution, I did not know if you could or not.
Oh, okay. Okay, you have to vote on it then. I'm just trying to, the why behind that is just, I think when we can try to put as many things under the consent agenda that we can. So I guess I will would want to make an amendment to that to then add 8G, the discussion possible action suspension of agenda template policy. Or consent agenda.
Yes,
Any other changes?
I don't have an objection to that. It's not an ordinance, it's just a policy, so I see no reason not to.
Okay, okay, that's the motion. All in favor, say aye or raise your hand. That motion carries. I will just add one or two things. I would like us to take a 10-minute break every 90 minutes, just because it's a 4-hour meeting and your body needs some movement to get blood circulation going. The recommendation was 10 to 15 minutes every 60 to 90 minutes, and this was the smallest amount. So if you could help me keep track of time for that, that'd be great. Public comment. This is an opportunity for community members to speak to the board. No discussion or action may take place at this time, though trustees may ask clarifying questions only. Speakers may be limited to 3 minutes. Are there anyone here who would like to make a public comment? Kurt.
I'm happy to go first.
We also have a working microphone for you, I believe.
Oh, wow, okay.
Make sure
It's turned on. All right, I'll hold it down. I have a lot of voice. First of all, thank you all, as always, for your service to our village. I really appreciate it. Brian Mooney, please give a special shout out to our public works people and all the cleanup that's been going on. They've done a fantastic job. They're down my street already today, and I'm not on a major street. So I think we need to recognize them for their hard work. I, of course, didn't bring my glasses. So, the other thing I'd like to speak in support of along that line is we need a wood chipper, buy a wood chipper. We have so much so much wood in our village. We simply have to do what we have to do, whether it's in the budget this year or not. Just to follow up on the ZBA, of course, that meeting has not been held yet for the Sweetbriar property. I appreciate you approving 2 more people for the ZBA at your last meeting. I appreciate you also voting in people that were strongly in favor or strongly against the Sweetbriar development. But unfortunately, one of them is so strongly opposed to it, she's an appellant, and another one contributed financially to our opposing it. So they would both have to recuse themselves, which still left our ZBA with only 3 members, which falls below the minimum 4 members we need for a meeting. Brian and I communicated about it. He pointed out that we can't hold that meeting till we have another village officer, because Brian is a participant in the meeting, so he can't also be the village officer running the meeting. So that's going to be on hold for a while longer. I see you have a couple new people for the ZBA. I appreciate them volunteering. I know nothing about them, so I have nothing to say about them. You guys obviously voted on that. So I would just like to emphasize, as I did a couple months ago, I think right now in our village, it's all about function. You may think it's all about money because you're paid to, or you're not even paid, but you have to worry about money. But it's really about getting our village functioning. I was just devastated when I saw at the last meeting that Taylor had left. Obviously, we haven't had a replacement yet. We simply have to get these positions filled and have to start functioning better as a village. And that is completely on the shoulders of the people sitting in this room. Towards that end, I warned Brian that I actually am going to speak against his idea of a hiring freeze. Hiring freezes tend to be non-strategic. They tend to be random as far as who leaves. I also think you've got a very competent administrator who can decide if we need to fill the position or not. And we also have a personnel committee that can also weigh in on that. I would not add a burden to you saying that you have to approve this hiring or this position or this promotion unless you're required to. Rocky spoke when at his very first, or at the April meeting, I think when he was sworn in, one of his goals is let committees do their job. So I'd encourage you to let committees do their job. Brian and I are still good friends, so I'm not hurting his feelings by saying that. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Have a great meeting. Get done in 90 minutes and you won't have to take a break.
Thank you.
Good.
Sam.
Okay, first and foremost, I also want to give my regards to the Public Works Company, Public Works people. I want to make note that the way that they did their work was based on what was needed to be done in order to allow the village to function. I think that that's a lesson for all of us in this room to be focused on what's the need that we have as opposed to what's the want that we have. I mean, yes, we have trees on our block. It's out of the way. I'm happy. And it doesn't even matter if the trees didn't fall down. They're the best people in the village as far as I'm concerned. Because I'm a gardener. Okay. Now, a couple things about the agenda tonight. Number one is, I went through a couple of the changes that you're going through. Appointment, the members of all standing committees shall be appointed by the village board. Bless you. The second part, though, residency. All members of the village committee shall be residents of the village except where noted. Any member who moves from the village shall be removed from the post, but may be appointed to serve in an advisory capacity unless otherwise specified. But there is no time limit on that. I think that you need to say that somebody who is now serving from outside the village can only serve for no longer than a year or something in that neighborhood. I don't want someone who no longer lives here still advising us. So I would just ask that you take a look at that. The second thing is fully virtual meetings. I think that that's absolutely great, but I want to know why it is that when the committee meetings are doing a hybrid meeting, they will not be available to the residents unless they come down to wherever the meeting is being held. I would like to suggest at the point that it's a hybrid, there's no reason that it should not be available to all the residents in the village. So that's the second thing. The next thing,
Sam, can I ask a clarifying question? What do you mean by available to all the residents?
that it's broadcast just like this is.
Oh, okay, I see.
That's what I mean. I mean, just because I can't get down here for some reason, and there's a committee meeting here, and it's hybrid, I can only attend as a village resident if I come here.
Often there's a Zoom link.
Yeah.
So that you
Okay,
can,
it's not specified in here, actually. If you read the wording, it says all meetings of the village board, or its committee should be broadcast. And wait a second, it's back here. Members of the public shall be able to hear and read all discussion, testimony, and votes in the manner now where the public will be provided access in person at the physical location of the meeting. But it doesn't say that is also, it says for hybrid meetings, the public will be provided access in person at the physical location of the meeting. That sentence tells me that I can't attend virtually. And so if that's not your intent, please clarify the language,
Yeah, no.
because that's what it looks like to me.
I don't think that was anybody's intent.
thank you,
Cool.
Sam.
Thank you. Okay, so the other thing, wait, I have to get to my other plates here. Sorry, it went off. By the way, my phone goes off tonight. It's not my fault. It's because somebody tried to fix my phone. Okay, the next thing is we're about to go forward with Safe Streets. I want to be very careful when we're going forward with a consultant again. That scares me when it says we're going to hire a consultant for Safe Streets. This time, like I said at the beginning, let's make sure that that consultant understands that we need to be looking at need and not want. The final thing I have to say about this is I do not want us to look like Fitchburg. I do not want to see sidewalks in the village at every corner. So I'm really hoping that that is done in the spirit of we are a community that values its ruralness, even though we are an urban committee. Okay, so then the other thing is I had, okay. I love the research that was done for the property tax. That was superb research. I have been asking the village to look at the inequity that we have that exists between commercial and residential for years with no response from the board. So I am delighted to see this, and I'm delighted to see that there's actual numbers to show that this actually is an inequity. So I only hope that this is going to turn out to be a very good discussion. And the last time I talked to our assessor, when I told him that I didn't understand why my house was more expensive than anybody else's on the block, he said, well, you live in Shorewood. What do you expect? And I said, but I don't even have central air conditioning. So I don't understand why my house is the most, and everybody else has central air conditioning. One person has an elevator. I don't have an elevator. So he just said, no, you live in Shorewood and you have a brick house. So there you go. And I thought, no, that doesn't fly for me. So that was I think that's all my points. You included that was the attention stage. Okay, I think that's it. Who else would like to have this?
Thank you, Sam. Are there any other public comments? Rob?
Hi, my name is Rob Stankey. I'm a resident of Sherwood Hills. I also served on the board of trustees in 2024 and 2025. And I am here mostly just to be available for the Safe Streets for All agenda item, which is 8B. And the board is in a little bit of an awkward situation because the village was awarded this grant in the end of 2024. And due to delays with the Trump administration's Department of Transportation, that funding was not released until early 2026. So as a result, that we thought actually that grant wasn't moving forward. So we were actually surprised that that $120,000 was now available to the village. I helped along with Bob Falk and a number of other residents in the ad hoc committee for the Safe Streets for All. We worked together on the RFP. And so because of this long delay of getting this RFP out to satisfy this grant that we were awarded, I wanted to make myself available in case there are any questions about that. So if that's okay, I'll stick around for that agenda item. And if there are any questions, I'd be happy to talk about that. I also see that Bob Falk was on the list. I think he still is. So yeah, that's it.
Thanks, Rob. Any other public comments? Are there any public comments for members participating online? Marilyn.
Marilyn Townsend, again, thank all the trustees for your service and the work you put in. And it's clear as I look at the board packet, everyone's been working very hard, and I'm grateful for that. One of the things I value in the new board is transparency. And I have spent quite a bit of time trying to understand ranked choice voting. And the packet is not helpful in explaining to me how it operated. There's data put in there. So I went to the internet and put in explain ranked choice voting because I was hoping to find a summary of what it was and say, aha, now I see what's happening. But I think there's a real problem here with ranked choice voting because it is not transparent. We do not know by looking at the packet how certain candidates came to get the most votes, number one. Number two, I do not know by looking at the packet which trustee voted for who. And I think that's not good. As trustees, we ought to lay out which people we're supporting and which ones we aren't. And certainly the objective here was to be more transparent than the previous board. Number three, I know anecdotally, and I didn't understand this initially, that it is critical to vote for all candidates and to rank them rather than not. And the impulse I know during some of the first rounds by some of the trustees were if they didn't know the person, they just didn't vote for that person. But that doesn't work. And the way I understood it is somehow that person got counted or not. And while there's some, I'm also told that different algorithms result in different results. And I understand that there's some kind of software being used to put in all these numbers and then come up with, aha, the winner. Well, as a labor and employment attorney who has worked quite a bit with gig worker issues and watched how algorithms are used to get the result they want. And I don't know what, if anything, has happened here because it is not transparent. We do not know how certain people came to prevail. And I think, there's something to be said for simplicity. There's something to be said that we have 3 people who have applied for a position on Public Works. Those 3 people may want to give a statement or they may not. And then you vote for them. And then you see the top 2 prevail. Otherwise, I think it's too easy to have a feeling that certain people with certain contacts somehow prevail. And that's not a good thing. Win or lose, you ought to know why you won, why you lost. So I would ask this board to be mindful of that, because if you can't explain to a resident this ranked choice system in a way that doesn't lose them after the 3rd sentence, then we have a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Are there any other public comments? Anyone online? Okay. All right, we will proceed with agenda item number 5, the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Note that it includes the suspension of the agenda policy that's been added to this list.
To approve the consent agenda.
Okay, motion by Carol Barford, second by Kate Elswick. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. I just want to make a quick comment on the Shorewood Boulevard detour map. Brian, could you kindly send a nixle to the residents
Yep.
to alert them? Okay, perfect. Agenda item number 7, appointments. There's a lot of appointments to make. We could do this all together, or we could separate it out. I put them all together, hoping that the less motions, the less work it would be for our clerk. So why don't we just have a discussion first and then the motion last?
If it's all right with everybody, I'd also like to essentially address Marilyn's comments while they're fresh for everybody. I'm the person who conducted the ranked choice voting. Of course, the trustees gave me their votes. And in this last round, we had votes from all 7 trustees, so that was great. The reason that this particular algorithm was used is that it's the most frequently used kind of ranked choice voting. It's called single transferable vote. And so because this was a pilot, I thought, okay, we'll try the one that's used the most. The reason that it is complicated, it's definitely complicated. And in the March packet, I had a bunch of resources to explain to people how it works. And there are lots of nice videos out there that explain how it works. But I can use an instance in our actual experience here that was counterintuitive, let's say, and it was public health and safety where Sam was elected, even though another person got more first place votes. And the reason that happened is that part of the single transferable vote algorithm is that candidates who are eliminated, their down ballot votes float up to the next person in line. So there was a tie between Sam and another candidate. That tie was broken, and the other candidate's down ballot votes floated to Sam, instead of to the person who had the most first place votes. So yeah, it's complicated, but there was a reason why Sam was elected. Because she accumulated more of the down ballot votes than the person who got the most first place votes.
But
That's
I'm
just a-
not elected.
That's just a feat. You are in public health and safety. So, that's the reason why it worked that way. And it is complicated. And we could ditch ranked choice voting completely. We could use a different algorithm. One is called board account, which is much simpler to explain. It's basically a weighted sum of the votes, giving the most weight to a first place vote and the least weight to a last place vote. So that one is much easier to follow. There are no tie breaking. There's no elimination in rounds, and we can do that the next time. This time, what I was most concerned about was treating everybody the same. And everybody was treated the same. And if anyone is having doubts or they would like clarification, I'm more than happy to go through it with them. So, it's a pilot. We learned a lot about the logistics of doing it as well. It was my intention in the beginning that all the votes would be public. Everybody would know exactly how every trustee voted, but the balance of trustees preferred not to. So I'm not in charge of it. I just said, okay, we will do it in the way that we did, where you can see the votes, you just can't see which trustee is which. So we can change that too. I mean, this is up for discussion. So I just want to assure everyone that there was no diddling with the votes. There was no changing the method. I used the default method, which I had outlined for the notes for last month's packet, but it didn't make it into the packet. So the background is all there. It is complicated. We can change it. That's what we learned.
It's just not understanding to, when you keep saying it's complicated, that's my point.
Yeah,
Exactly. It is complicated. People are dissatisfied, some people. We can change it for next year.
I'm gonna call on Kate and then Brian.
I just want to remind everyone, like the from to. So we used to have a process where one person on the board had conversations independently and then just put forward a slate of people to vote on. So that's where we started, okay? And we have now come to a place where we are, indexing on having the, majority of the board basically make a recommendation to the president for appointment. And so, as Carol said, this is a pilot. And the point of a pilot is that we're not going to knock it out of the park in the first go. We are learning as we do this. And we have, Carol and I, in our first run with the first slate, had a lot of learnings that was in the packet in April. We have more learnings now. There are different things to solve for. And actually, I think that means the pilot is working because we are learning and we're getting better. And I think to expect perfection on the first run is just not the intention of how this was supposed to work. And so I would encourage the board, we did approve a first slate of candidates using this exact method. The same math went into that slate as it went into this slate by design. I would encourage the board to finish the swing on the 2026 appointments. And of course, over the next 3, 4, 5 months before next spring, we can evolve this process. We can potentially look at this other way of doing it that might be a lot more easy to digest. But I just I think we've made steps in the right direction, and we have, incorporated the points of view and opinions of everyone on the board, and in this next slate of people who are going up for approval. So I just want to remind us kind of where we're coming from, where we're going. This is a work in progress, and we will get to a thing that we feel a lot more comfortable about as we go through this.
so first, I agree that this is infinitely better than just having one person pick. The way that it was done previously just was, it was not a great democratic process. This one is infinitely better. I also completely believe that everybody involved in it, Carol, Kate designing it, and everybody that did it with nothing but the best of intentions. That being said, when I looked at the results and I looked at how it was actually calculated through, in the side of the first round, there were no results that were counterintuitive to me. So I didn't actually delve into the way that it worked. In this second round, I felt that the results didn't meet my expectations looking at the way that I looked at the data sets. So my first reaction was there's a mistake here. And in looking at it, and then some back and forth with Carol about it, I feel strongly that I still couldn't successfully explain to somebody how the results came to be what they are. And in an effort to be transparent, as we go from here, at least I actually would consider redoing this particular round for two reasons, which I'll get to. But I will say, because of the fact that it doesn't make sense to me. But I don't think that anybody here could successfully explain without using ChatGPT or something else how the numbers came to be what they were as to who was picked this time. And because that's true, I don't think it's reasonable to expect the village to be able to follow how it is that we use that method. So we need a democratic process to vote where everybody puts something in. I totally think that's true. But I think that ranked choice voting and the way that that math is calculated is too complicated to be able to explain to folks and for people to believe is transparent when it all comes down to it. In the example that Carol's picking, depending on which tie-breaking method you use, you wound up with 3 possible different winners. And that's just down to the tie-breaking method that was used. Ignores the rest of the math. That to me is a process that is not a good fit for any kind of transparent effort. Best intentions, too complicated a method. I think that I would suggest that we just simply vote, get a simple majority for an appointment out of those of us that's a representative of that the village has selected to be representative. So a representative process. So that's automatically weighted, right? Have it pick somebody, they win, and then subsequently vote for the second person in the following meeting. It might take us 3 months to fill the positions one by one, but when we go to the way that we're doing it right now, where we pick 2 or 3 with this multi-voting thing, how the second one wins becomes a very complicated process. So right now, the way that it works, because somebody just picked them before, our ordinance says April. In order to fix that, all we need to do is start addressing it in April, but actually have the terms start in July. So that way we have a couple of months to get to it. We switch when those come through when the term is for beginning to end, so that we aren't so rushed, so that it isn't a process that feels like so I think that we should make those changes. I genuinely do. And then the last point, I am one of those that prefers not to have who I picked for what in every one of those out there. The reason being, I don't think that it's fair to trustees to make them rank their friends and neighbors and stick their name on it on top of it so that it comes back if it can be avoided. For the sake of transparency, showing trustee 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and the votes in it seems to me that it gets what the representation necessarily does without creating a disincentive for people to serve and have to do that. And that's the reasoning behind why leaving some anonymity over who picked whom. I just want to be transparent about why I think that is the better model there. Neither one, honestly, is perfect. I want people to want to have this job.
I'm gonna, 1 second, can I go to Rocky? Rocky, you had your hand up? Rocky, you're muted.
Yeah, I think I got it. I'm not doing well, so I'm gonna probably start and stop. You know, there's a saying, it takes a second to tell the truth and forever to tell a lie. You know, this whole thing with committees was a system developed by Dave Benforado to concentrate power. It was pushed by John Imes for the same reason. They're gone. We can now fix this. Ranked choice voting was the way for the board to try to get around to that stupid system. Ranked choice voting is no better than what we had before. It's actually worse, I think. I mean, we all have intelligence. We all have brains. We don't need some stupid computer to tell us what to do. Otherwise, why don't we just get an AI code and get all 7 of us gone and just let AI do everything? I mean, this is stupid. It's something only a mathematician or some lab person could like. And I was a statistician. I understand that stuff, but this is not how we should be running a village. I would not have picked those two choices on Plan Commission. Never in a million years. Because we're right now, we got to try to talk about garden homes. It's important who's on that committee because there's all kinds of stuff, all kinds of roadblocks Dave and John put in place that we have to break. We're not going to do it with those two choices. And so then we're going to miss the whole boat. You're going to let this go for a year because of some crazy ranked choice system that was a patch on a system that was even worse. And now we got committees that don't work. I mean, to me, I would throw the whole thing out. I would just vote the way we're supposed to. We did ranked choice voting once. Nobody liked it last time, as far as I know, other than the two creators. And now we're doing it again. And I hate it even more this time than last time. I think it's a complete disservice to the village. And therefore, I'm not going to prove any of these things. And I'm not for ranked choice voting. None of this. This is all garbage. Thank you.
Thank you, Rocky. I'm going to go to Carol, and then after Carol, I'm going to ask that we deal with the appointments and bring the discussion of ranked choice voting back another day.
Yeah, thanks. Just as parting note, I think that a type of ranked choice voting called a BORDA count, BORDA, is a very nice middle ground. It has some robustness, and it's also much easier to understand and to try to duplicate by hand. So if we're interested in doing it again, board account might be the way, the little Goldilocks option.
Okay, thanks. Okay, we'll do that. We'll consider it. Where do we want to start? Let's talk with appointment of President Pro Tem. Put a short memo in the packet. I suggest Trustee Kate Ulsvik. It is the board's decision to make. I thought that Trustee Ulsvik shows a very diplomatic and firm approach to government, and I really liked that about Kate. So I thought she would be great to be the President Pro Tem. Of course, everybody else is welcome to add a different person, debate it. It's not my decision. It is the board's decision.
I make a motion that we appoint Kate Ulvik to President Pro Tem.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Ulchik. Discussion.
Call vote.
I will call the vote. All in favor, say aye or raise your hand. That
Aye.
motion carries. Excellent. Oh, okay, that's fine. It's fine. Let's go to the committee appointments. And so it is the results of the ranked choice voting. Tom Underkoffler is being appointed to the Finance Committee. If I move it to the chair of the Plan Commission, that opens up 2 seats, Tracy Bailey and Leah Ashkenazi would be on the Plan Commission. Pool Nadeem Afghan would be appointed to the Pool Committee. Jesse Wickizer would continue as the non-resident. Carolee Mahaney, Sam, is being appointed to the Public Health and Safety Committee. Austin Stuckert is being appointed to the Recreation Committee. And for ZBA, Ulrich Rosenhagen, there was a typographical, like a clerical error. He should have been filling the vacant seat, not the second alternative. So if we put him in his proper seat, the 2 openings would be for Christophe Debel and Farah Cakeso. But this is the results of ranked choice voting, and if anybody would like to change that right now, you have the opportunity to do it, or we're going to vote on the results. Mark.
I'd like to just go ahead and move the approval of the committee appointments as presented in the packet.
Is there a second? Kate Ulsvik, second. Discussion.
Just call the vote. We know what the discussion is.
Thanks, Rocky.
I think joint campus, the chair is vacant right now, but I think that is supposed to be filled by the president, village president.
So those are the committee chairs. No, those are the committee assignments by ranked choice voting. The third thing is to get to these other vacancies that have just not We didn't vote on them, so I left them open for us to figure that out.
Okay, I just wanted to, yeah, if we wanted to,
We're gonna do that right next.
okay, we'll do that next, all right. Does that include, sorry, the, what is it, the Village Recognition Committee? There's a bunch of vacancies on that as well.
So that's a good question. I was thinking moving forward, we don't necessarily have to do this for every single time there's a vacancy throughout the year. But like putting that aside, let's say there's a vacancy on Finance Committee. I think the chair of the Finance Committee should make a recommendation to the board. I mean, we don't want to do this every month throughout the year. The board can select someone, or the chair of that committee should bring somebody to us for approval. But recognition has problems because we have to figure out, is that going to be a permanent committee? What are we doing with recognition? Brian,
So let's finish the voting of the
Sure.
existing agenda
Okay.
and then let's move to that, if you don't mind, just
that
for the
okay?
sake of simplicity.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that my motion, when I said committee appointments, it also includes the board appointments. In other words, we've got a board review, we've got the ZBA. Those were listed along with the committee appointments, but my motion was intended to encompass all those appointments and not strictly just committees.
Okay, so then let's spend a couple minutes to figure out a couple other items. So it's on page 43 of the packet. I had listed Kate Crowley to serve as the elected official delegate to the Joint Review Board. The Joint Review Board meets once or twice a year and they have to do with TIDS. And Kate is magnificent with her expertise on finance. It just made sense for her to fill that seat. The elected official is one of the 7 of us. And then the same goes for joint campus. The chair can fill it, but the chair can also designate someone else. And I am absolutely happy to designate someone else for all of these positions. That includes the Renew the Blue Council. We needed one of the 7 of us to serve as the Renew the Blue Council. It does, well, we did get an email from them that
You
said,
have to be a vice president and so there's plenty of people in this village that would qualify.
one second, Sam. So they emailed us and they said, we need 2 delegates.
Right.
Brian, if you would like to not be a delegate, we could open it up to a resident to fill it. But one of the 7, they said, has to be an elected official. Any of your 7, doesn't have to be the president.
And there are people in the village who are elected officials. That's my point. There are other people who are on boards, who are elected to those boards.
I assume they mean an elected official of the village.
Yeah.
Well, they don't really say that. They just say an elected official.
I tell you what,
It doesn't matter. Just go right ahead.
let's, can we pick one of us for now? Mark.
Can we go back and act on the motion? Because these nominations are in addition to what's in the packet as presented. So I think we ought to vote on the slate that's presented in the packet. And then to the extent that there were vacancies that were not filled in the packet, that we go back and
Okay.
deal with those.
Okay, we can do that. I think I might have misunderstood. I think you wanted these 3 openings filled too.
What he meant was nomenclature. He said committees, but he means plan commission as well.
Okay.
And he means ZBA board and board of review as well, even though they're
All right.
not called committees.
No problem.
Yeah.
There was a motion and there was a second. Does everybody understand what the motion is? Okay,
Well, importantly, does Brian understand what the motion is?
the motion is to approve the assignments, committee assignments as presented in the board packet.
So these are only the results of ranked choice voting that you're talking about, Mark, that are coming out that are selected, because in the packet, it has open ones highlighted, right? And then it has some written in place and some where it's not. It's like, and then what's in the packet down here, right? So for example, it doesn't say, there's not an answer for everybody in here.
I think he's saying the names of the individuals as listed. So finance is Tom Underkoffler. Plan Commission, Pool Committee, Public Health and Safety, Recreation, ZBA, and the Joint Review Board.
So we're voting basically on the names that are highlighted in yellow on the
Yes,
sheet only.
for now.
In the far right column.
Yes.
Correct.
Any more discussion on that motion? All in favor, raise your hand or say aye. That motion carries. Okay.
Whoa,
Do
aren't
we have
you?
any- Go ahead, Rocky.
I didn't say aye. I'm against,
Apologies.
I want to put on there that I'm against this. I think it's a
Okay.
stupid.
Okay, apologies. Is that that's a 6-1 vote?
5-2.
5-2. Okay, 5-2. I apologize. So
Sorry,
the motion
It wasn't a
carries.
roll call vote.
It wasn't
And
a roll call.
normally we don't, if it's not a roll call, we just record the result.
All right, hold on, you guys. I don't know what this roll call stuff is. This is something from John and Barb, whatever. We always just said who voted for what forever. This only started under Dave and John. We can write down who voted for what. We don't have to say roll call vote. We don't have to agree. But I think it's up to the village register to be able to know who voted for what. This aye and no stuff is bogus. Just write down who said yes and write down who said no.
I think he's calling for a roll call vote.
And that's fine. I mean, I have no objection if we
The roll call.
revote under a roll call vote.
All right. But no, I'm not going to do that. The motion has carried and it's going to proceed. It's 5-2, and if somebody wants a roll call vote, you're going to have to ask for it next time. Right now, we have some other vacancies to fill. We can fill them now. We don't have to fill them now. The joint campus, there's vacancies. Blackhawk liaison, there's vacancies. And Renew the Blue, there's vacancies. And we also have to figure out what we're doing with this recognition committee. What do we want to do with it?
So I don't know if everybody read my comment about the reps' comments to the recognition committee. So I think that everybody did, because you're either on the board, and Kate, I know that I discussed it with you in, prior to being elected when it was happening. But the recognition committee's timing, first of all, is only 1 month before the actual election. And certainly inside of this case, I believe that we saw actions that were started at that committee that wound up mentioning their awards being won, who then got involved in the election. And in my opinion, the timing of it has always been questionable. I spoke up before it that the timing of it was questionable. It's a way to put your thumb on the scale right before the election. And I feel strongly that if we're going to keep it, it must be moved far from the election. That's one. Two, the way that that works is that it allows it's a presidential appointment led by the president to result in a completely fixed result, right? There is absolutely no democratic process in it whatsoever. I pick who's on the board with me, and then I submit and we pick out who we hand out awards to. This is a very one-sided process. I think that needs to be changed. I'm for having, and I think we should recognize people that make contributions. But I think that the way that this was conceived and executed wasn't great, and could definitely, at the very least, be done better to avoid those kinds of problems. So I would be okay with keeping that committee in the long run, but I think it needs to get I honestly think it should get dissolved, reconstituted, and retimed.
Right. We can bring it to the board. Right now, we just need to know who's on the committee.
Then I say we dissolve it for now and reconstitute it at another time, making it an actual permanent thing. If we're going to keep this because we all think it's a good idea, let's put it in the order. Let's dissolve it now, put it in the ordinances and staff.
Okay. Kate.
Can I say something? Get the
Right
recognition.
after Kate. Kate's gonna go, and Rocky, you'll have a turn. Go ahead,
All right.
Kate.
So I think tonight I would just say, I wouldn't necessarily need to dissolve it, but I would just say, let's not appoint anyone new. And at a later meeting, I think we should put some thinking behind this and, look into what we want to do with recognition. So I would just say, leave it as is for tonight. It actually isn't relevant for months, so there's no time component there. So I think we should focus on the most important things. And I was going to raise my hand to be on the joint campus.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead.
I know of a resident also who's interested. So
Oh,
I can mention, I can bring that to you. Those meetings are on Thursday, late afternoons.
Okay.
So you know.
So we've got Kate Alsvik penciled in to be the elected official delegate to Joint Campus. I don't think you chair the committee, the Joint Campus group chairs. Okay. Do we have some, I don't mind leaving Blackhawk liaison vacant because I thought that we could just have a resident fill it. But to do that, we needed an ordinance change, which is in the packet for tonight, which would allow residents to fill more seats and not require a trustee at every committee. So we could leave Blackhawk vacant. Is there anybody who would like to be on the Renew the Blue Council?
When do they meet? It's a legitimate, like, I don't know if I could.
They have staggered meetings throughout the year. I don't know if they hold to a particular day of the month or something. I can tell you that.
Can I nominate Brian Buchik?
No.
Not. You sounded interested.
I second that nomination.
Decline it.
Is it roughly monthly or not as often?
Or every other week.
What's that?
4 times a year.
I'll volunteer.
Okay. Thank you, Carol. So I'm going to make a motion to appoint Kate Alsvik to the Joint Campus Committee and Carol Barford to the Renew the Blue Council.
I'll second.
Second by Mark Lederer. All in favor, say aye or raise your hand.
Roll call vote.
Okay, roll call vote.
Steve Crowley,
Yes.
Brian Ishtig,
Yes.
Earl Barford,
Yes,
Letterer,
Yes.
Kate Olson,
Yes.
Sean.
John, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Shadnam's last. President goes last, and I know. President always goes last.
For Rocky. I'll go last. Yes. Okay. We're done with this agenda item? We're good? Okay. Board matters. 8A, approval of resolution R 2026-03, approving 2025 sewerage compliance maintenance annual report. Brian, do you want to say anything about this?
Tim Steve is not joining us this evening. This is an annual approval. Materials that we submit for approval each year have been included in the packet. Public Works Director Anschke is attending remotely this evening to answer questions related to that. But otherwise, again, this is just an annual review that we do every year.
Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
I'll make it.
Motion by Kate Elswick, second by Trustee Letter. All in favor, raise your hand or say aye. All opposed?
Look, I'm having a problem keeping my conscience going. Just kind of ignore me. I'll chime in when I can. I'm really sick right now. So
Okay.
I'm going to sound very angry. I'm going to sound really upset. But people don't understand my brain is on fire right now. It's all I can do is just to hold my head up. So, just keep going up, And if you take my picture out there, I wouldn't mind because I'm not well.
Okay.
Let me just say, I understand he's allergic to perfumes. He came tonight. I know in many of my hearings, there's a sign saying, Please, we have multiple chemical sensitivities. Do not wear perfumes. I know I'm out of order, but could we have a rule? This has happened before. We have a rule asking folks not to wear fragrance.
Yep, we could do that, not a problem. I want to finish this vote. So this vote carries, motion carries. We can go to agenda item 8B. You could also go to 8C and just switch it up. If you want to take a break, we can take a break. If you want to discuss the facilities project right now, the floor is yours. Let me know what you would prefer.
Well, let's do it now because I don't know how long I'm gonna make it. So anyways, the idea of facilities is, Tom Deegan and I and a number of other people have been going around looking at everything, trying to see what's going on. I probably got 300 to 400 hours into this since the last board meeting, just trying to get a handle on it. And so what we kind of decided to do is this. We think the best way to talk about this capital improvement is to break it into 4 phases. The first phase are things that we can all agree on. They're relatively straightforward. And by doing these first couple, it simplifies things for the rest. For instance, once one thing's moved and done, it's easier to see what could be in the places they've left, for example. And then also, as we go down the phases, there should be more people involved rather than just me. Versus in phase 2, where it's modestly disruptive, I would assume the police and a few other committees might want to be involved. By the time we get to phase 3, the most disruptive part this fall, I would think a number of people would be involved. So that's why I'm trying to space it out in phases. So we can talk about the other 3 phases or the two, excuse me, 2, 3, and 4. I just realized I have a 3 and a 3 on the document. Apologize for that. But really what's important is phase 1 and getting that started. And to get phase 1 started, I had made a 1-sheet page if people want to look at that. We talk about phase 1. One thing I noticed is if you look at our current buildings, like cold storage, it's we can only use about half the space. Everything's spread out on the floor. And the reason is we have no way to put anything up high. We can't lift things to the mezzanine. We can't lift anything up to a shelf above maybe 6 feet high because we're limited. Also, another problem is in the proposal to build a new building, they're going to put in an overhead crane to safely take the parts off the truck, the leaf pickers and things off the truck, because we smashed fingers, that happened last fall, and smash all kinds of body parts and getting those things on and off. It's very dangerous. So there's a piece of equipment called a telehandler. The telehandler is strong enough to pick that box off the back, but the telehandler also allows us to use all the space in the cold storage. We can now get, let's say, 12 or 16 foot high racks, and we start stacking things up. All of a sudden, we develop a lot more area in the village because we're using everything we have. And so one thing I'd like to try to do tonight is get that approved. Terry went out and quoted it. We got a really good price on it, I believe. It's 30-some thousand if we trade in the backhoe. And remember, the backhoe right now is essentially a dinosaur. We can't use the thing. If anybody's ever, and I have, anybody's ever driven a backhoe, what you'll know is because the backhoe part of it is so clumsy, you have to basically put your outriggers down everywhere you go, lift something. If you're not in the right spot, you got to move it, et cetera, et cetera. And people only take the backhoe out sometimes. It's so awkward. And we can't dig holes that deep with a backhoe because if we do, we don't have the equipment to hold up the dirt and whatnot. So it's not legal. So there's nothing on that backhoe that we need. It's basically a big anchor. I'm hoping we can trade that in and get the telehandler. The telehandler, if you see the couple pictures I had in longer form there, you can just see how I think that was Terry driving. He can just grab branches, hold fistfuls, throw them right up on the truck. No repositioning the vehicle, no nothing. Now, I didn't even plan on this stuff. I was just going for the telehandler so we could use cold storage so we didn't have to build a new building. But once we got it here, we realized you can do all kinds of other stuff that we can't do right now. Now, the one feature that we will be losing, the backhoe part, I'm also asking if we just buy just the backhoe that goes on the end of the Bobcat, because that'll dig as deep as we can dig without getting all the other equipment you need to safely be in a hole. And that will cover anything we're going to lose if when we get rid of our large backhoe. So that's the first thing on phase 1. The other thing on phase 2, the old village hall, lower level, what we're talking about there is we want to build a space for the records to go. So pretty much it's like this. Anything in the new village hall should have like a price tag, like $100 a square foot. Anything that's over there should be really important. And anything that doesn't have that high price tag should be somewhere else. In the basement of the old village hall, we can build a climate controlled room. Half of it's already there. We're just expanding a room that's there. And then we move all the records out of the basement of the village hall over there. And so what I'm proposing is we move the DPW over to where the old fire station people meet now, the cafeteria. Then we're gonna redo the DPW area. In there, we're gonna double the size of the room that's there now. Turn that into cold storage, not cold storage, sorry, into file storage. And then we'll remake the room for the crew and then put them back in that space. There's a lot more details we can go into, and we can cover this before we actually pull the trigger on it. But that's what I'm proposing. Forestry Bay, we're not doing anything. The North Bay, we're gonna start doing lights and outlets. The installation is a bigger deal. We have to do analysis on the structure of the roof. I've went and drawn up the beams to give them to the engineers because they didn't have that. So we can figure out the moments and whatnot to see what we can put on the roof for snow loads. The police on phase one isn't in there because there's really nothing I want to do for the police because I'm trying to get things out of the way in phase one. And I want nothing with controversy. And also in phase one, I'd like to get the municipal judge's office built. If you all look in that corner, the board, kind of over what is at the southeast that no one sits in, that's the judge's space over there. And the reason I want to get the judge's space in right away is because it's easy and defined. It takes care of that position. Also, it brings out stuff that's underneath those stairs and things so people can see it to understand what we have to do in future phases of which I've labeled. Now I can go through the other phases if you want to. They're kind of self-explanatory. As we go down the list, it's more and more just, I had to put something there to try to get a path to show that we thought this through. And I don't know how long you want to spend on this, but my big goal now is to see if we can get the 2 pieces of equipment approved and that I can move ahead with phase one. What we'll do by moving ahead is we actually get hard quotes on that. And then we'd have to approve the quotes for the next board meeting before we do it. It isn't like I'm just gonna march off and start changing these things. But I want approval of the board to continue on before I get the hard quotes. And also, if we really can't do much of this, if we don't get the telehandler or some way to get all the equipment up higher and it's so use cold storage. So that's kind of where I'm at. One thing I should qualify is I did go in the police side of cold storage. That's essentially empty. What they need it for is there are laws that they have to have things locked in certain ways by statute, but we can cover that by keeping those things all down the new village hall. And when we reconfigure the police station, we can cover the statute. So we can open up that far bay to the fire truck and all the fire storage to get the fire truck out of the current village hall or the current DPW, frees up the current DPW. And then all the police need are a fence in the back for about 15 feet or so. And we would build that so they have a secure area to put bicycles and things. And the police chief asked if she could have that room so she could lock it up for a day or two in case she has a big car wreck, has to put a couple cars somewhere. And I don't see a problem with that. Then she can close that area off. Otherwise, it's open to the fire association to work in their fire truck. It's a good place to get that antique fire truck out of the way and out of DPW over into that building. That kind of construction gets more involved in, well, we'd like to do that in phase one if we could. I have to get the quoting for it. I don't know if I'll get it done that fast. If I get the quoting, I'll bring it to the board to approve or disapprove the quoting of getting that police area ready for construction. Again, my brain's working on half power, so I'm kind of a little dizzy here. I'm just trying to read it. But are there any questions on the other phases? Would you like me to go through the other ones a little bit? Just want to read it and digest it some other time, or what does the board think?
Rocky, I think you did a great summary. It's very helpful. I want to add a little bit of context and background information. So a couple months ago, the board was involved in an RFP process. You guys see, maybe I could stand. Okay, so we were doing an RFP process where we were trying to get a consultant to come and help us figure out, write some architectural plans for how we can fix our buildings. And that was on the April agenda, but it got pushed to the May agenda. And in the interim, I think what Rocky has been doing is just trying to figure out, rather than hiring a consultant to tell us or help us with this, can we just do that ourselves? So if we look at page 70 of the packet, this is the one that's freshest in my mind because I also sat with Tom Deegan who explained this to me.
63.
It's 70 of the PDF.
I think, about 60.
Which is showing Village Hall. So
Oh, sorry.
it looks like, the police department needed evidence storage space. And the solution to it seems to be, is to move the stuff out of the vault, store village evidence in the DPW building so that they could have all that space in the vault for their evidence. The other solution was, I think what they're trying to do, what Rocky's trying to do is provide the plans that with the most cost effective for a contractor to come in and give us the needs that we have filled without hiring a consultant for that work and meeting all the needs. I don't know if I'm kind of
We should
going
also
off.
clarify, excuse me, I should also clarify that this isn't just something I made up. We went off Deegan's first plan, which was never considered by the board. So Tom Deegan last year sometime went around and interviewed all the different parties and had this big plan. We basically took that plan and went around. And by the time we're done, we pretty much said that just by moving things around, making cold storage more effective, we don't need new buildings and we can do this in steps. But it isn't like we just made this up. We actually started from some very exhaustive research that Deegan did, talking to all the staff in all the different places.
And I want to just add a couple other things, like the fire truck being in the DPW building is just taking up a lot of space. And the solution to space is if we could just move it to cold storage, then you don't necessarily have to rebuild that building because you've got additional space. What else? I think that Terry we had given him a list of to-dos to go and get bids on, some basic things that he needed, like electrical outlets or whatever, and they could not get 3 bids, which prevented them from moving forward because the procurement policy requires 3 bids. So this is just some background information and why we're going through a different path slightly than what we previously agreed on. Carol.
So, with apologies, because I wasn't here for the May meeting, I need to kind of back up a little bit and look at a slightly higher level picture, which is that we had the responses to the RFPs, and I think there was some feeling that there were some things in there that we didn't need. Perhaps some of the stakeholder engagement, which we already did, perhaps some of the concept development that has already been happening. But there were elements in those RFPs that I'm not seeing in this scheme. And the thing that I'm not seeing is how you go from a developed design to construction documents to getting the bids to hiring all the subs. Because that's what I think doing it yourself sounds like, that each piece of process is to be done by somebody in the village of Shorewood Hills, whether it's the staff or I don't know who else. So
that is we're doing it. I mean, that was my career and Tom's career. We're doing a lot of this stuff now. And we have an architect do the plans. We have the quotes going out. I wanted to use a services committee or public works, whatever the board decides, to drive this thing. These are not, and if we put it in bite-sized pieces, we can do these in chunks, bite-sized chunks.
So that's if I may continue then. Sure. That's another part that I'm a little concerned about. If it's all being atomized down into tiny little pieces, how do we know that once we get started and we get to the phase 3, the harder to do things, how much money are we going to have left? How many dependencies might have been kind of not turning out the way we thought because the whole thing got chopped up into tiny little pieces? And how is this going to come back on Brian and on Terry who have completely other jobs to do besides being general contractors and chasing down a bunch of different little projects.
Brian and
So-
Tara are not general contractors. That was never proposed.
So let's answer Carol's questions.
Yeah.
So I think what Rocky's asking is for the board, and I don't mean, is what Rocky is asking is for the board to also approve spending of less than $10,000 to get architectural building plans drafted so that it could be given to a contractor to bid on,
General.
a general contractor to bid on.
Was that in the packet anywhere? No, I missed that. I mean, that was a piece that would be really good to have.
I get it. So that is what is being proposed. Between the two options, I gear towards what Rocky's doing because in my mind, I trust Rocky's judgment on engineering. I know he's working with Tom Deegan. I trust Tom Deegan's understanding of development. And I am also speaking to Terry to make sure are your needs being met. So if Terry needs is being met and two smart, capable people, all three are working together, this all kind of agrees with what I'm hearing for the needs of the police department, the needs of DPW. Though I feel comfortable proceeding. I also, maybe just as my personality, if I were going to do a home renovation, I would draw what I want before I ask somebody to tell me what I should want. And I think that's what they're doing, is they're saying, let's figure out what we want and then tell the contractors to do it, rather than somebody come tell us what we need. You're always, with the FGMA, you're always unhappy. Somebody else telling you what you need. You should know what we need.
We're also getting general bids on all those other phases to get an idea what they cost. But I want people to understand that just because they got a bid for those other phases, and you can ask Tom if he's still in the room, we've called in people on carpeting, painting, we've called in people to a lot of other things we're proposing. But we want to get bids so we get an idea where the price is going to be about, but it's not like it's carved in stone. I don't want people to think that, well, we got a bid, that's how it's got to be. But I'll get a bid so we have some idea where we're going with cost before we dive into this thing. It's just, I couldn't get it all by tonight. It's just too much.
Just to be clear, Rocky, to answer Carol's question, you're suggesting when we get these bids that that it would be a general contractor who would be awarded the bid with a number of subs to accomplish a task. We're not talking about, or are we talking about acting as the general ourselves in this? And I just want to make sure that we're clarifying.
I think we're talking about acting as a general ourselves for most of this. Tom's right there. He could probably answer that question.
Let's call on Tom Deegan. Tom.
So if you don't mind, Tom, I want to make one more point before we do to Carol's thing. So those bids that came back, it was like $4 million to completely redo this building. I don't think there's the will to spend $4 million to redo this building versus money we could spend elsewhere. Then this is also what came out, Rocky's conversations with Terry, working with him to figure out what was needed over there. It sounded like this actually met his needs and modernized it quickly. For the total sum of all of this is estimated to be like $800,000. So significantly less money. I spoke to Jamie after Rocky did before PHS, and her feedback was that she had plenty of room for storage inside this plan and that it met her needs as well. And then it includes modernizing all the stuff in here that we've heard Brian raise, and he's shaking his head over there. Yes, as to meeting what the needs here are to have this building serve its needs. So rather than going out and spending $4 million, the idea here is we spend 800 to do targeted things that meet the needs of the existing spaces, leaving us the rest of that money to do a larger public works project.
I don't think 800,000 might come from one aspect. By the time this is all done, I would expect we'd be in the 3 to 3.5 million range by the time everything's done and the landscaping's done right now. By the time it's all done, there's a lot there.
Rocky, do you mean both buildings or one building?
No, the whole thing. Closed storage, DPW, the village hall, all of them. That's what we're targeting right now. We're trying to get more ballpark prices, but it certainly won't use up the 8 million or 7.5 million, whatever you guys had from before. We're not even close to that.
I'm sorry, I want to call on Kate, Carol, and Tom, who have, Kate, you
Yeah,
wanna go
sure,
first? Okay.
sure. So I think it would be helpful, so reading through this, I think it would be helpful for the board to understand at a high level, are we aligned on the broad strokes of this? So when I look at all the detail, what I see is, number one, this is a vote to expand the police square footage, let's say, right? Because we're gonna be redoing this back room with more equipment area for them, adding the stairwell in the back, et cetera, right? So we're expanding square footage for police. That has been a need that has been identified. So that would be thing one. Thing two, as Rocky mentioned, we're trying to move, I think like one principle here is that we're trying to move as much as we can to cold storage. So if that's in the 1008 building, we can move that fire truck, we can move some police things, right? Whatever that we need. So like leverage cold storage space as much as we can, because that's, it's not in the walls of the village necessarily, but it's like still very valuable and useful. And so things that we use seasonally or whatever, we can move there. And then number three, it seems like our basic upgrades to Village Hall. And so what I mean by that is like the municipal wing, the AV in here, carpet, stuff like that. And maybe some exterior things, I think, is in the final phase. I think those are the three big like driving principles of this work. And so if we're not aligned that like we all agree on that, like if we're hitching at like, well, we don't want to expand police, I think we should kind of start to surface that now, because that would drastically change, some of the phases here. But if we all directionally like this, I think then this is the great detail that would put us on the right path there. So that would be my suggestion, is to make sure we're kind of in the same, we're as a board aligned that like those principles make sense and kind of the direction this is heading makes sense, I guess.
Carol.
I think there are a lot of clever things in here. I mean, I really like the idea of using all the spaces efficiently. And, the telehandler, just as an idea for using that space is really cool. And the longer list, the more detailed list of wants is good. I feel like it is congruent with what we were talking about before, what the different departments want. What I'm concerned about is the process. Our staff cannot be general contractors. They just don't have time. So that's my big problem with this as presented. Maybe there's more detail that I'm not seeing. Rocky brought up some things that were not written down in the packet. So I guess I'd like to hear Tom's comments about general contracting and also, of course, I don't know if Tom wants to speak to this, but liability. I mean, is the village going to be holding the bag on every element of design and construction if we do it ourselves?
Tom, the floor is yours.
Well, I would have presented this differently. I think that there should be and I gave this to Rocky, there should be an overall image that shows how these different projects toggle and what the end result is, what it leads to. So we see some of these smaller projects for the beginning. For instance, we're taking the fire truck out of the center bay of the former fire station building. Well, why are we doing that? Well, we're doing that because the DPW would like to have a wash bay there. And a wash bay is expensive to deliver. The first step is fairly easy. We take the fire truck out, we put it in the west storage building, the cold storage building, in the unused or the underutilized police space. So that's easy to do. You have to add some lighting, some ventilation, some cabinetry for the police association. That's easy. But then do we want to build that wash bay for the DPW? Maybe we do, maybe we don't, probably do. That's a big number. So that's one small example. Another example is village records. Well, village records now are in the unused wing right over here that police don't use because they don't like to come out in the public area, walk down the stairs. So there's a lot of unused space there that we could tap into. For instance, we could take the village records out put them into the lower level of the former fire station quite easily. Define project, build a room, ventilate it, light it, put the records there. Now the records are out of there. But we've done that, but now do we really, the next step would be to take evidence storage out of there, police evidence storage. We can do that. Now we can vacate that room, but the point of that is that we would like to make that, if everyone agrees, the longer term, that would be the police break room. But the police won't use that wing unless we build a stairway down to it through the garage, which is a larger expense item. So you see how there's little point in taking the first few easy steps if the board doesn't agree in the long range goal that we're all marching toward. And that I could show with an overall image of the moves, how it leads to an end result that the board may or may not like. But Rocky's point is very valid that we have, through the whole course of this long exercise, we realize that there's much underutilized space in the village facilities. There's a lot of deferred maintenance and there's a lot of underutilized space. And we have to address both. And that's what's driving the budgets up now, that we not only have to modify some things, but we have to rectify some long neglected maintenance items. And all this can be identified, from a preliminary costing standpoint. So what we did is we've broken the moves down into small pieces that can be defined in small drawings that we've given to a general contractor to get preliminary prices. That person will be a general contractor. It will not be the village as a general contractor. It'll be a general contractor. He's also has on staff. He self-performs some things, just like all general contractors do. He self-performs some concrete work, carpentry, demolition work, but he also coordinates electrical work, HVAC work, plumbing work. So we have bids from qualified electricians, plumbers, HVAC contractors that general contractor can use to coordinate everything during the execution of these small little bites, these little projects. And the whole point is to get the appropriate contractors to do the work. Building for instance, the judge's office in that area of the room there, if you decide to go forward with that, that's a small contractor. You don't hire Findorf to do that. It's just a small shop. He has 8 guys. He can coordinate the electrician, the HVAC, for that work. And we get floor covering from floors 360 and we're done. It's not a big thing. So I'm throwing a lot out here, but just to respond to Carol's comment about plans, you see in your packet, maybe these small plans. These plans with a wall section and a simple electrical drawing is enough for a simple contractor to build the space. That's the extent of it. It's not, we don't need a fully developed set of working drawings, so to speak, for these smaller projects. Because the contractors are professionals, they can read a document, a wall section, and know how to construct a wall, and the electricians can wire the lights and so forth. So I know it's important, detailed work, but it's not terribly complicated to execute at this scale.
So what,
I think I understand Carol's question a little better now.
Here, Rocky, I'm gonna have Carol go and then the floor is yours.
so what would we expect to see from this contractor before we make a decision?
Well, we would see a price.
Yeah.
A price in a contract. And it would have contractual terms and liability would be addressed. Their insurance coverage would be addressed. A timeline would be committed to, work start date, approximate completion date, materials list, if that's appropriate for the work that you're doing. Just the full set of work. We're not, so our Rocky and my intent was to identify the moves that could be done with an end result and then get preliminary prices so that the board can see what those prices would be in ballpark. And then we would get the formal commitment from the contractors to do the work after the board approves the work. So this is a very early step. It's just that Rocky wanted to look very much forward into all these phases, which identifies really what the whole scope of work that we've heard people want at different times. We've tried to bring it together into one document instead of phases. But I think it's still, the board still needs to see an overview.
So,
Can I
So
go
one-
to Rocky, and then Kate Crowley, and then Kate Ellswick, and then Carol?
all right.
Rocky, go ahead.
So, okay, so I'm starting to understand the general question. First is if I was working on my house and I'd have to take care of all the different disciplines, that would be a major effort. That's not what we're proposing here. When we do the judge's room, we have a contractor that works like a general, as Tom said, that would do that room. We would have the drawing of the room, what's in there and what he's gonna do, and then he would take care of the electrical and everything else. What comes into play is you have to have someone like me and Tom saying, how does that HVAC connect to the next HVAC? Just so we don't double back and mix things. And that's the part that this big plan is trying to catch. And I'm pretty sure we've got it, for example. But if I break into bites like this, then we can go with generals that take this bite and then the next bite and the next bite. And one of the things I think if we do it this way, as it evolves, people will be able to imagine a new space once they see the other spaces vacated. It'll be a lot easier. Also, on the stairway, as you remember from the last board meeting, I was adamantly against that thing. You would not believe how hard I tried to prove the police department wrong on that stairway. I've got many, many hours. I have mapped that building more ways than you can imagine trying to get rid of that damn stairway. But as soon as you start looking at the state statutes of how you control things in evidence, and then you start looking at that part of the building, when that stairway goes in, everything kind of just falls into place. Whether we put the break room in the old vault or more storage in the old vault and the break room somewhere else, we will put the armory down there. So maybe that old vault will be evidence in the armory and the break room outside. See, those things could change a little bit. But we saw in that space and we get everything in that space. Oh, I'm pointing at the map. I'm sorry. We get everything in that space if we put in the stair. That's the thing so that's what I've been spending the several hundred hours on, is mapping this thing all the way out. So you see that long list. That's why I wrote down all the things we need that we know we need, and then what can we do now? Then we watch the list to make sure we don't mess it up. For instance, the judge's room, I'd like to have ID locks when we're done with everything, right? So when we do the judge's room, we're going to make sure that her lock is set up so that we can do an ID lock. In the beginning, it may be a regular lock, but we'll make sure that that's in the wall, which she needs when we're ready to run that ID system. But that ID system doesn't go into phase 3. Why phase 3? Because we have to identify a lot of other places that go to that system before we can say exactly what it is. So if we can do this in phases, like I'm trying to describe, you guys can judge whether I'm messing up or not. If I'm messing up, we put on the brakes, then we go back to hiring an outside guy to finish it up. But you can see at each step along the thing, if we're going, then we'll just keep going the next step. You could talk to Brian, you can talk to anybody outside, and I encourage those people, if they don't like something we're doing, they got to talk up. And that way, if we trip up, the board will see it, and then we can stop. The bite-sized steps I'm taking, I'm not trying to take anything that's going to put us in a position where we can't stop and back up. If you kind of look down that list, you're going to see that everything doesn't really affect the thing below it. It finishes the thing above it. And the steps get more complicated as we get more involved. But when we actually do the work versus the contract, the wash bay, when we do DPW, that's improved. That will be done by a contractor who does the wash bay and takes care of all the plumbing, because a lot of plumbing there, and all the drawings associated with it. Now you see the drawing in the packet. I did all that engineering work. I may end up doing some engineering work on the plumbing to make sure it's right, but I am a licensed engineer. But we will still send that to an architect to get it approved and stamped. And it'll be gone through the general contractor that does the floor, not us. I hope that clarifies a little. Sorry.
Kate Crowley.
Yeah, thank you. This is tremendous work. I think Kate Elizabeth's point, if we could get aligned in the direction we're going, I like this direction. I think we should continue to talk about process and next steps. Which is my question in line with that, which is hearing that there seems to be some consensus around a general contractor being the way to implement this, which I agree with. I'm wondering, Brian Mooney, if you know yet, or if it's still something you're researching, what is the public bidding process that we would have to undertake to bring in a general contractor once we have alignment on the plan?
That piece I still need some research.
So kind of similarly, and I don't know if this will make sense. So my question is, I see the phasing here and I totally get why. Is there an advantage to handing all of this over to one main like what I'm hearing is I think that like we're gonna have a contractor do X and then we'll have a contractor do Y. It'd be like in my house, if I was gonna redo my kitchen and a bathroom, I would bid out and get a contractor to do the kitchen and maybe a different contractor potentially to do the bathroom. Now, when I'm doing my house, if I think there's synergies around like, well, I'm gonna have one electrician come out to do all the wiring in my kitchen and my bathroom at the same time. That's why I wouldn't necessarily pursue that model in my home, right? Like I would want one person do these two rooms at the same time, plumbing gets done at the same time, flooring goes in at the same time, etc. So my question is, I see that we have already mapped out, like this is a big puzzle. It's kind of like you have to do, A first, then you can it opens up B and C. Would there be advantage to hand all of that over to one person who could, we're seeing the phasing in a certain way, but maybe, if they're going to be in this space building a municipal room back here and they want to tackle some demo over here, like there are still going to be some ways that actually would reduce cost overall. Does that make sense?
Tom.
Yeah.
Well, the intent is to establish a team, to form a team. I would use the same small general contractor for all of these projects.
I see, okay.
The same electrician, the same plumber, the
Okay,
same
that wasn't quite
HVAC,
clear.
because so much of this is driven sequentially. And also, we don't want to tear up everything at once. We want to function as a village and a police department during the course of this. So we very carefully thought about these moves because we have to vacate a space before we can redevelop it into something else. And when we vacate a space, we have to have some place to go with that function. So that's how it's all sequential. So we're better off having a small team that goes from one location to vacates this space and then moves over and develops the next piece of it for efficiency standpoint and also for continuing operations.
Okay, so it would be one kind of main contractor that would do all of this, and they would see what is ahead, right? Like they know the full plan.
They've been bidding on many of these pieces.
Totally, but they know where we're going, basically. That's what I'm
Absolutely,
concerned
they
about.
know where they're going, and
Yeah.
Rocky and I have an idea where we're going, but I don't know if the board has an idea where we're going. So I would like to present all the phasing on a couple images. I could do it now, but no one's tech savvy enough for me to probably zap a PDF to you. But we have plans for all this. So I don't want the impression to be had that we're making this up as we go along. We're not tearing something out and it's empty and now we're all going to stand around looking at it and decide what to do with it. We're going to develop a plan and discuss it. This would be my suggestion anyway. You can do it a different way, but I would say we look at a plan together, the board looks at it and decides whether they want to implement the moves to get to that end result.
So.
One thing you could mention, by the way, is this is what I've done through most of my career, and I'm offering my time for free just to get this done. All right. So I'm probably going to be putting in 80 to 100 hours a month minimum throughout this whole thing to keep the balls in the air to make sure we're going. So even though we have a general going along, you still need someone over the top looking at it. And all that time I'll report back to the board where it is, but this is exactly what I've done kind of for the last 50 years. I break into pieces, we get a general, but then we keep watching ahead. So the idea is Tom and I, and hopefully whatever committee we decide to put this to, we're the ones watching where it's going. And whatever committee that is, they're going to be meeting probably twice a month, certainly through the summer until we get this going. And the point is, as we give you more information, if the little hairs stand up in the back of your head, then we should probably stop. But I think that you'll find as we move ahead, you watch it, you'll gain more confidence with the direction we're going. That's why when I said least disruptive, if we do the least disruptive first, you can watch what we've done. If we made a complete mess of it, then I would say, pull the brakes. And now you'll get a better feeling before we go further. But to even do the first part, we had to map the whole damn thing out. And if you look at that long list, it's pretty inclusive of everything we need in that great big long one. You'd be surprised what's in there. But anyways, I'll be quiet. Thanks, Shonda.
So thank you, Rocky. The plan was to have Tom's plans in the board packet. We didn't have electricity, there was internet outage, it wasn't able to get into the packet. I think the ask for today is, my understanding was, you guys needed like up to 10,000 or less in funding to hire an architect to draw the plans that could be used to bid.
Yes.
I just want to know, like, at the end of this day, and we talk for another 20, 30 hours, what is the motion on the floor? Where are we going with this?
What I'm hoping tonight is to just get the Highlander or a telehandler and the backhoe approved, that little thing for the Bobcat. Get the 10,000 approved so we can work on the architect. Everything else we approve the next board meeting, because then we'll have the plans from the architect with hard numbers. And even at that point, you can say, Rocky's kind of full of it. But at that point, you'll have hard numbers. And even if you think I'm full of it and you pull the plug, the telehandler is still the piece of equipment we need in the village. They're going to need that no matter who does this, because that solves all kinds of other problems we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on. So I'm hoping to get the telehandler, the backhoe, and the 10,000 tonight. That's all I really want or hope for.
I'm going to try to wrap this up, like, so we can proceed. So everybody's going to get one last round to chat. Let's go with Brian Mooney, and then we're going to move on.
Okay, just two pieces of clarification I was hoping to receive from, I don't know, Rocky or Tom or whomever. Did the fire association get the revised plans, and are they okay with the moving of the
Yes,
equipment?
they did, and they are. We've been talking to them. They've
Okay.
got it all.
Sure
They're
that
even
was
over there looking at the building.
The second one, the piece I think that had the most financial costs associated with it in the first round of RFP responses was the police garage renovations and or changes being proposed. At those, I see it's part of phase 2. It does show renovate police garage, so I don't know what is included with that necessarily at this moment, but has that been at least talked to Jamie, Chief Whitesell about?
Yes, we've talked to everybody. I've shown them these plans. I've talked to them about it. What'll happen is we're hoping to actually have a quote on that stairway within 3-4 weeks. I'm hoping to have a quote on that stairway at the next board meeting so that the board can, I think that's the time for the board to decide if they want to continue with the police or not, once they have a hard number of what it costs to put that stair in. Because in the village hall, that's really the biggest ticket item, single ticket item in the village hall. I'm pointing the map again. Sorry. I have like 4 screens here. That's really the biggest ticket item in the new village hall is that stairway. So by the next meeting, I'm hoping to have the quote for that stairway to put it in so you have the hard facts, and I'll have the quote for the floor in DPW. Those are the big ticket items. When those are done, after that, we become pretty piecemeal. 10,000 here, 20,000 there, moving things around.
Ooh, let me get a motion on the floor so that it'll force the rest of the discussion. And the motion is to approve up to 10,000 in spending for architecture and design costs, and to approve the purchase of the,
Can we make
Shall I
it
do-
separate
Yeah,
motions?
I was gonna suggest
I,
that.
I
Okay,
really.
a motion, okay, the first motion is to approve spending up to $10,000 for architecture and design services. I can keep it
Yeah.
for the village hall, DPW, and cold storage.
For all 3 buildings.
Is there a second?
Second that.
Second by trustee Olsvik. Discussion.
I would like to see the police renovations itemized as part of that, as optional. So if that doesn't work for some reason, I'd like to see that option separated.
Carol.
So the thing that we're asking for, I know, maybe it's obvious to everyone else, but what we're asking for is plans, right? I mean, we're gonna spend money to get plans. Correct?
These would be plans that you can bid on to
These
the job.
plans, these plans in architecture language.
Yes.
To be able to get bids upon it.
Mark,
And just to clarify, the funding for this will be coming out of the capital account or, village hall, capital outlays, whatever. Okay.
25.
any other questions on that motion? All right, all in favor, say aye or
Do we
raise your
have a
hand.
second?
I seconded it.
Okay,
So
thanks.
Say aye or raise your hand. Either or will work. That motion carries 7-0. Next motion is, I don't know what it's called. Telehandler.
Telehandler.
Telephone on the
Telescopic.
telehandler.
A motion to approve the purchase of a telehandler at
Backhoe.
and backhoe.
Yes, those quotes are on the bottom of the packet. And they're giving us 75,000 for the
It's-
John
it's-
Deere trade-in.
It's a backhoe loader for the Bobcat, not a full backhoe, just to be
No,
clear.
yeah, because the one thing we're losing is the ability to dig a small hole. Let's say the crew has to dig a 2 or 3 foot hole to pull something out. We've lost that by getting rid of the loader backhoe.
I just want to make sure people understand, Rocky, the
Okay.
difference between.
That
That's why I have to
that
clarify.
particular attachment, and it's in the packet there, if you want to see the pictures, right below the pictures of the telehandler. That particular attachment allows the crew to dig a hole to, let's say, up to 3 feet deep to move a stump or pull something out of the ground or whatever they have to do, crew things. And that's the only feature we're losing when we get rid of the giant backhoe.
I'm on page 63 of the packet. I'm
Yeah.
trying to figure out what is the cost associated with the purchase of these two
They're all
items.
the way on the bottom. They're all the way at the bottom of the packet. The quotes are. Go all the way down.
Could you just tell us the number?
Yeah, my brains were working on half power. It's like 38,000 for the telehandler. It's about 7,000 for the backhoe. I'm trying to.
You have 8 in for the backhoe and is what
Yeah,
I see here.
when I was writing that, I didn't have the hard quote yet, so I had to put a number on the piece of paper. But if
Okay.
you go down, the hard quotes are at the bottom of the packet. I saw them there. I don't see the packet anymore. I must have, there it is. So let's go all the way down to the bottom. All right, up above the police stuff. Oh man, there's a lot. The first thing you see when you go, if you're coming from the bottom, is the Bobcat. That's the backhoe. It's basically $6,900. If you scroll up from there, then you're gonna see a $33,000 number. That's the number I pay for the telehandler. And if you see that, the base price is 99,000. And if you look at my paperwork, you'll see I have 120. I don't know why they started with such a low base number, but I'll take it. And then I had Terry go through to make sure we had attachments. Also, most importantly, all the attachments we have for our current skid steer and our equipment fit this. They interchange automatically with this piece of equipment. So when you go through the laundry list, the bottom number is 33,000. And if you look up, you'll see we're getting, what is it, 75 for the.
All right, I need a number.
$39,800.
$33,000 for the telehandler,
Edit-
6,000,
Okay.
33,000.
I motion to approve the purchase of a telehandler and backhoe at a cost not to exceed $40,000.
Be 41, wouldn't it? It says you got 7,033. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There's a second.
Second,
Second by Brian Archick. Is there a discussion on this? Carol?
According to municipal rules, do we need to get multiple bids for a purchase of this magnitude?
We did look at the other ones and the bids aren't quite here yet, but we had rough bids and they're all, this is actually the cheapest one we could find, the Bobcat, because it's smaller than the other ones. For instance, we looked at, I think it's a JBC or JB, it's a three letter thing. They're almost 80,000 more than this. We looked at the cat version, they're about the same category, 80,000 more. I kind of outlined it in my big paper about how much more they were. Oh, there it is. So we did look around. So this Bobcat is actually the lowest telehandler we could find price wise.
Brian,
So Rocky, just to make sure, because Carol's question isn't about disagreeing with the purchase amount. She's trying to make sure, I believe, that we're complying with laws as a municipal entity making a purchase over X, right? So did you actually get quotes that you have in your email from multiple sources for these pieces of equipment is her question. If you have three emails that say three prices and we got three prices from three vendors, chances are that meets the need. But we would need to actually have the three quotes to make a selection of the one is what she's suggesting.
Well, I didn't get the other two because they're already so much more than the Bobcat. I didn't think we'd need it, to be honest with you, Brian, because the price was so much more than the Bobcat for the same thing. The Bobcat, when you look at commercial industry, the Bobcat's considered a bit of a toy.
Nope.
But
wait, just stop. Rocky, you gotta stop. We gotta move on. And the question is a legal question. So I'm gonna look to Brian Mooney. My understanding is that we have a procurement policy that we can suspend, but that there's nothing in the statutes that require it. Am I correct on
I
that?
believe the threshold from our policy is anything 25,000 to 50,000, we must get three bids. If it exceeds 50,000, we must publicly bid it. If it's over that threshold.
And is this our procurement policy or is it like a statute that
That's what I
requires?
think we'll know the answer.
Okay.
It's tied to the statute.
I think it's a procurement policy.
But for this reason, partly because of the ambiguity here, and partly because we're just about to get drawings and estimates for the whole project to decide if we're even gonna do it this way. So I would be in favor of tabling this purchase until next month, when we have more information about the project and we potentially have better documentation about the bids for the equipment.
Mark,
The other issue is, I don't believe that these purchases were budgeted. And if they were not budgeted, we have to identify the source of funds for them. So I think the board have to decide how we're going to repurpose funds. So for instance, if we have $800,000 for facilities renovation, or we maybe make a decision to say, well, we're going to pull this out of the facilities renovation and we're going to allocate it to the purchase of this equipment. But I think we need to be explicit about that.
I think we did do that because there was an overhead crane
Source
in
this.
there for removing the equipment off the back of the trucks. The overhead cranes are in the $300,000 to $400,000 range, part of this capital thing. We're saying we don't need the overhead crane. We're not even going to buy it if we can buy this piece of equipment. It replaces the purchase of the overhead crane.
So I want to make sure, like, do we have that $400,000 in the budget? Is that what we're saying?
Well, it was in the overall, a crane was in the overall plan. To get a crane large enough to pick that back, I bought these things in the $300,000 to $400,000 range. You know, it's a bridge crane. We got to build it over cold storage. The bridge
Rocky,
crane
I
is
have a quick question for you. If this item was delayed 1 month, is there a injury? Is there a harm to this being posted?
I don't think it's a harm. I think the cost will go up. This is kind of a thing. It's here, and they'll bite at it. It might go up another 5,000 to 10,000, but other than that, probably not an issue.
So if I may, so if Rocky, if we could amend the motion to have Rocky actually get two other numbers. And second part is identify what budget it goes into. And then the third item that is up that I have a question was, as part of this, we're going to be getting rid of the front loader, right? That we have.
Yeah.
So do we have any idea of the estimated value of the front loader?
Well, they're going to give us 75,000. You can go online and look, and those aren't. They're selling for about that right now.
So we would be able to. I just want to make sure I'm following this. We're going to sell. Part of this is to sell.
If we get three quotes, all three quotes will have the value they're going to give us for the loader.
I think the motion can still carry to authorize the purchase up to 40,000. And he can still get the three quotes.
And
We
I
can do
think,
both at the same
and I
time.
think we can say in it that it's to be offset by the value of the sale of the backhoe. Because then it's a net, we're not actually spending any money. We're planning on selling that. We're gonna spend the money up front, but it'll come back in the sale of the backhoe, and so we'll wind up ahead. as a-
Wait. If we sell the backhoe, it's going off the state auction. That's how we have to sell that. It goes off the state surplus. You
We
ain't
deal
gonna
with
get
that one later.
7,000 out of state surplus.
We deal with that one later. So there's a motion on the floor to approve the purchase of a backhoe and a telehandler at a cost no more than 40,000 to come out of the 2026 facilities project fund, capital budgeted, the right word for it. To come out of the 3.5 million we budgeted for facilities.
No, that's 2025 capital.
This is what we have the money for right now. We're gonna finalize 26 and come.
Okay, to be paid for by
Existing 2025 capital.
existing 2025 capital funding.
Okay.
Everybody ready to vote?
And sorry, will you be getting 2 other bids in writing, or is that not part of this?
Rocky, you need to get 2 other bids in writing.
I'll go get them in writing.
Okay,
So this motion would be contingent upon Rocky having 3 bids in hand.
Yep.
contingent upon Rocky having 3 bids in hand.
I mean, is there any problem with just doing it next month when the bids are in hand? And to tell the truth, when we can have a little bit more, fulsome explanation of what each piece is, what it does, what fits into what we're selling, and how this might impact public works. Because I am not following how all the pieces fit with what and what does what, and
Is Terry still on? Can he tell you what this thing does? I hope, I'm trying to get this because it solves a problem in the capital project. I had no idea what this would do with the crew. Why don't you ask Terry? He's been driving it for 3 days.
Let me help, Rocky. Brian Mooney, is Terry on board with this and does he want this?
Terry has been consulted with it. Terry is on the meeting right now remotely, so he can chime in. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I believe.
I'm not a construction person, but Terry, is this something you need and want?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just clarify a couple things. Brian Utzvig, that 33,000 is already taken into account trading in our tractor. So this thing costs like 103,000, and they are giving us 75 for our tractor, coming to the 33 total. So
Okay.
I think you had said we'd be money ahead. That's just not true.
Thank you.
As far as all the other bids, I have a bid for the JCB that Rocky mentioned. It was about 50,000 more. And then I have a bid for another Bobcat, the same number, but from a different company. And that came in at like 4,000 more. So the bid I gave Rocky to submit is the lowest bid of 3 bids we have. And yes, this piece of equipment would do everything we need to do. As Rocky said, it takes all of our attachments. Yeah, any other questions?
I didn't know he had 3 bids. He must have got that today. Good job. I knew we're close.
Any other discussion before we vote?
Just want to clarify, we have 3 bids for the
Yes.
bid that cost more than $25,000.
Okay,
Per policy.
perfect.
Yeah. Okay.
Do we need to read the motion again? Everybody's good? I think there's like 100 other things that want to get on the agenda and we just want to move faster and that's part of it. But if Terry wants it, I'm like, who am I to stop you?
I'll just say that it's hard to assess things when it's not in the packet until the day before.
Your point.
So
Your
sorry, I'm slow on all the pieces of equipment, but it's, we didn't have a lot of time to do our homework.
Noted. Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye or raise your hand. That motion carries 7-0. Is there something else we need to talk about for this item? Because that
Not for
issue,
my stuff. I want to get more information before I come back to the board. And as I get it, I'll talk to Brian to see as like we get the quotes, I'll try to put them there and I'll let you guys know when they're there so you can start seeing what we're doing way ahead of time to Carol's comment.
Kate Crowley, the floor is yours. 10 seconds, go ahead.
I'll do 9. No, we don't have any more to discuss. This was a direction that we needed for the finance committee meeting on Monday, where we're talking about debt issuance. We just need a general direction to get Baird, and this is what we needed.
My comment was I just wanted to thank Terry for staying so that he was able to weigh in because I think that was really helpful for everyone. So I just wanted to thank you.
Thank you, Rocky, for the hundreds of hours that you've put into this. We're lucky. So next item. Do we have the next item? All right. Actually, we need a 5-minute break. Can everybody take a 5-minute break, stretch your legs, get some blood energy, eat something, and we'll come right back at 8 o'clock. Do we need motions?
Move to recess. Move to recess.
Okay.
Yeah, passed.
We'll come back to 8 o'clock.
We got that, Brian.
There were 4 votes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, we're all next.
All right.
Around COVID, when she's like, is the microphone?
What is he doing with Facebook? Nobody in the village knows how to get a Facebook account.
Well, I'm not.
So much to do, that there's just not enough time to get up to the parks.
Just here whenever someone does this,
They have.
you can just hit.
It's a fantastic.
Well, hopefully I'm not gonna have to do that. I'm
Sure.
thinking that I just need to hit this button to keep it
Yeah,
recording.
this is this like, no, it's just this side to just let somebody in. If you see them pop up into the top, so there, it'll say waiting. Name, or maybe I'll give you a signal or something.
Okay, but okay, let me just get this clear. All I need to do is hit this, so the screen comes back on.
As long as you just have your finger right here, this is kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, they were saying.
Okay, now nothing's happening.
Visually displayed on the phones.
Coming out of the waiting room right here. Maybe you just see them in the waiting room.
I used that for years.
And then just hit it.
Before I was.
Okay.
Everything else is good to go.
And those translate, there's also a dash.
Okay, but there's nothing on the screen.
Are we gonna get started? Or
Recording, everything's good.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah, I just don't know why this is not, it's that person. It's Rocky's for his camera.
For this
And he comes back on.
Do all that Japanese.
It'll come back on, if he comes back on.
Yeah.
It's like, I would say like a YouTube. Yeah.
All right, so let's reconvene. If that's all right, let's get back at it. Okay, so we are reconvening at 8:02 p.m. And the next item on the agenda is 8C, discussion possible action, strategic plan and comprehensive plan reviews. Brian, this is yours.
Which will make sure I get them on the right page. Oh, there we go. So, the proposal here is in order to talk about garden homes and have any kind of discussion at any given point that gives the village any option. The way that I understand everything to work is that it has to go through a plan commission. So rather than wasting time doing anything else, I think that one of the things that we should do immediately as board is ask plan to reopen the amendment to garden homes and the plan to look at whether or not that plan is right for the village or if that needs to be adjusted to meet our current needs for construction, the way that that ownership is, how long that's at fallow or crest. So what I'm looking for here is I'm looking to find, I'm hoping that the rest of you will all agree that the comprehensive plan needs to get reevaluated, a new pulse taken after this much time is set on garden homes, and see what the plan commission brings back to us. Simple. Should be an easy one.
One question I had on that, you're just saying target this section of the comp plan specific to what addresses garden homes, correct?
That's
Nothing
right. I
else
don't have more included in it. Don't particularly have an objection to opening it all up for feedback, but I definitely think that the garden homes in particular needs to be open.
Carol.
So I think this is a good idea. I think we need to make much better use of all of our plans. I'm assuming that the garden home plans amendment, you're thinking of where it overlaps with housing in the comp plan. I believe that is that's the chapter that is the most relevant.
It's a specifically passed amendment, so I itemized it because it's actually listed separately from the rest of the comprehensive plan.
Right.
And I was afraid if I didn't specify it, that it would eliminate it and not include it, so I included it so that it was open to amendment.
Yeah. That the garden homes plan is an amendment to the comprehensive. Yeah.
Yeah, it's how it sits right now.
Yeah,
There's
and
two
you're-
portions of it, actually.
Right.
Part of it is its existence, and the second part is what was decided with it, from how I gathered the
Okay.
two are separated.
That's fair. So the part in the 2021 comprehensive plan, I mean, you were calling out internal inconsistencies between, and you were calling out two things, I believe, in your agenda item. One being internal inconsistencies between the 2021 comp plan and the garden homes amendment to it. They're fighting with each other.
That's true.
And the other is that neither one of them is seeing the current market conditions.
That's correct.
Yeah. So I think that number two is quite possibly true. I think I went and looked through number one, and I don't mean to preclude what the plan commission might do, but I think they're both really after diversity and affordability and diversity of housing types and affordability. So I wondered if anybody had seen any other. So I didn't see any inconsistencies there, and I was wondering if anybody else did.
So
This might help with tasking the plan commission with what they should focus on. You know what I'm saying?
So whether or not there needs to be diversity there, and what that needs to look like, I think is part of what the plan commission needs to do, right? I don't think that that should be something that we should prescribe here. I think that they are going to need to relook at that after 5 years of no action there whatsoever, right? And I would need to go back and look, because I did this for 6 weeks ago now, but the bear with me for 2 seconds. This will jog my memory when I go through it. I don't actually recall what the inconsistencies that I noted were, so I need to go back and look at it. But I don't know if it matters for opening it.
Well, I think this is different than the inconsistency you referenced in your memo, perhaps not, but an inconsistency that I've noted is that the comprehensive plan, by adopting the garden homes plan as the governing document for that portion of the village, it's inconsistent in the level of specificity that we now have for development portion of the village. Whereas the other portions of the village have less specificity in the adopted comprehensive plan. And so that inconsistency to me, in addition to the rapidly evolving market conditions in housing in the last 5 years, leads me to support the referral to planning commission to revisit how the comprehensive plan references the garden.
Mark.
Yeah, another thing I would urge the plan commission to look at is the University Avenue corridor plan, which the board adopted, the plan commission recommended, and the board adopted that plan. But that plan excluded specifically garden homes, the boundary of that. And I think that's a matter that ought to be looked at again at some point. Because I think there's some issues there. Sorry.
So I did not know that. And if what Mark's saying there is true, I would be willing to consider a motion that amends to look at if the university court ties the hands of the plan commission and other actions, and I think that should be added to it.
I mean, Mark, finish your thought.
Yeah, so as they think through what garden homes, if any changes should be garden homes, I think they shouldn't think about it from scratch, because there already was a plan recently adopted by the board for the university corridor. And the question that I would ask if I was on the plan commission is, should the border of the university corridor plan be extended to include garden homes? Are they all of one piece? And if they're not, then what is the elements that they want to retain within the garden homes neighborhood? But try not to do this thing totally from scratch and figure out what do we want to do, make it out of whole cloth when there already is a model that exists for garden homes. There is already a model that exists for the corridor. And if they can somehow reconcile that and say, yes, this is what we want. So
Do I get the chance here?
John, you've got a question
Sure.
that you can't see.
I know. I'm just waiting for Mark to
Oh,
finish.
okay.
I'm done.
Okay, Rocky.
Okay. And for the sake of bluntness, let's be clear. That plan that Mark is talking about is a bogus piece of junk that was made so Flag could build his apartment buildings. We all know that someone has spent the last 12 years of his life trying to lock in garden homes so it remains a park. We have someone who owns property over there that won't build single family houses. And then he went along and did all these plans to make sure that garden home stays where it is. That university corridor plan is a joke. I was there at the first meeting and we all said, why are we doing this? It makes no sense. Garden Homes isn't here. Flad's the only guy that owns any of this property. And it turns out we found out 4 years later, Mark and company tried to sell the village hall to Flad so he can build his apartments. That university corridor plan should be thrown in the garbage. And we've got to go back and look at this. You can go back 30 years and the corridor has always been for high density housing in Dane County. Look everywhere, drive up and down the road, look anywhere you want. That's what they're building along the high volume roads, railroad to the track, bike trails, high volume. These plans that Brian is trying to bring up are bogus. David Benferrato and John did these intentionally just to put John Flad in a good position and to keep garden homes from ever being built up. The sooner we admit this, the sooner the plan commission can maybe do something. Now, I'm not saying we have to build a 5-story building, but if I own that property, I wouldn't do anything till at least I could present a plan like that could be considered. And right now, it can't be considered. So we've got to get rid of this trash that the last couple boards have done, put in new stuff, which allow the property owner to come in and put in a plan. And then maybe the board can say, well, can we get bigger things or different things? But at least we got a plan. It is not going to happen until we undo all the trash that's been done in the last 4 or 5 years. Thank you.
So I want to make a couple comments, and I am perfectly fine being the lone voter on something. Nobody has to agree with me. These are my own thoughts. And whatever the board's direction is, the board's direction will dictate to the plan commission. But my personal thoughts are, I voted with 7-0 with the other trustees against rezoning garden homes to allow for an apartment complex. And I've thought about garden homes because it's come up in the thoughts of a referendum. And so we should try to pursue something before you tax the residents. But I like the garden homes plan. We want density, and that area is zoned for single family homes, but it does allow for duplexes. So if you want density, it does allow for it. If that's not enough density, it would allow for townhomes. So there's So if we got more density than what the plan allows, specifying that would be important. What I hear, I answer to my constituents, and our constituents are not asking for apartment buildings. Our constituents have asked for condos. Our constituents have said, we want a community. I don't think student housing offers community. Our constituents have asked for ability to downsize and still live in the community. And you have to live in the village of Sherwood Hills in order to be on any of the committees. It does make a difference whether you're on this side of University Avenue or the other side of University Avenue. So my constituents are not saying we need more apartment complexes. I think I would prefer townhomes because it's owner occupied. And I think of the next generation and that I would like my kids to move out of my house at some point. And if all that's available is apartments, they'll never have an opportunity to build equity. If I was an alderman, maybe I don't really care and I want the student housing and I want 1 and 2 bedroom apartments there. And if I answer to Dane County, that's maybe what I would want. But that's not what my constituents want. I think that if I was Tom Deegan, it would be unfair. He would be thinking, look, this is an excellent location for any kind of housing because of where it's located, and he's every right to want it to be as most profitable as it can be. That is what a developer is supposed to do. And I think it's fair if he had criticisms of me to say, well, what if those condos don't sell? And what if nobody buys townhomes? You get to sit at a board and vote one way, but you don't own any of the risks involved in these ideas that you have. So I think that's a fair criticism. I guess what I'm trying to really say is there has to be a better outcome. And if this is going to go to plan, give us more specific instructions because you might not get what you want. Let's just be honest up front. What else do I want to say? I have a couple other thoughts on this. If density is all that matters, then you wouldn't have tennis courts. Get rid of them. If density is all that matters, you don't need a hill for kids to sled down in the wintertime. Sell that land and put a house there. So if money is not the bottom line, we have to be a little bit clear on what our values are. I think that's what I'm saying is there's multiple ways to get to density. And
so being that this is my agenda item, I just want to answer that and why there's no specificity here. Shut up.
Yeah, because but I haven't done my thoughts.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm going to finish my thoughts.
It's understood.
What other thoughts do I have? I'm going to leave it at that then. Go ahead. Until I get my thoughts.
Okay, cool.
I have more thoughts on this because we talk about stormwater management. That's something that's being offered to the village in exchange, but I can get stormwater management in other ways. I can move TID lines to get that taken care of. The most important factor is that you're answering to your constituents.
So I'm new, okay? But I'm trying to understand the way that all of this works, but it's my understanding the way that this works everywhere in terms of having a comprehensive plan is that it's supposed to take feedback from the residents and your constituents to create an informed development plan. And that's why it has to be reopened, to be changed, to possibly be changed. Brian's nodding his head next to the point is we can do nothing as a board, nothing whatsoever in terms of allowing that plan to change without changing the comprehensive plan. My suggestion here isn't to try to be prescriptive of what that needs to be. I think that 5 years of that sitting as it is, not happening, the discussion of referendum, the discussion about whether or not we should allow something to happen there so that the village can use it as to create construction revenue is something that we need to go out and the plan commission needs to go out and get feedback for, which is what its job is. And then maybe amend that plan to say, here's what we think we want to do. Part of that might mean having a discussion with the landowners that are there, including Tom and others, right? And then you can come back and say, we've talked to all of these people. Here's what the feedback coming back to us is. They say they want condos, not apartments. Or they say just build something and get it over with. We just don't want it to be those places to be sitting empty, right? Whatever the feedback is, it's time to gather new feedback. And possibly amend it. And that's all that this does. So you and the other planning commission folks this is directing you guys to do that. It's not for me to say, I want density, I want 5 stories and put that in here for you. That would be, I have no right to do that. All I can say is go get new info and think about it.
Let me, just to be fair, I would like to call on you because did you raise your hand? I want to say something. You're allowed.
Okay.
We're gonna allow that.
Yeah, I didn't want to speak when we were supposed to, because I didn't know what we were gonna discuss. Maybe Ben Brown was my neighbor, so he gave us a heads up. I live in there. So I'm probably the only one here. I went to every one of those meetings. And had my neighbors there. And I just want you to put yourself in my shoes. You live in home. And right now, to the right and left of me are renters. They come and go. I can't even keep track, and I can't develop any kind of relationship. But you probably have a relationship with your neighbors. I don't. With the flood, half my block. It's very traumatizing to like have your house flooded to 3 miles. To be look out your door and it's I literally was in an eye. Okay. So I would like it to be developed because it's just a constant reminder of that horrible day for me. But I don't want to like look out my backyard and see, I can't even see because it's a huge, apartment building. Do you want to have an apartment building next to your house? Right next to your.
No.
Think about that. Think about that. Because, I had to watch my neighbors, like pretty much every summer we'd have torrential rain. And when we bought the house, my husband and I, no one told us, and they knew like 50 years or whatever before that all the water comes to garden homes from all different places. We didn't know about that. And then it was a rude awakening that every summer we would watch canoes, literally canoes going past our house. Okay, so my point is that I watched my neighbors go through horrible things. And Tom Deacon would come in when they were at the lowest point, offer not much money, take advantage of them. And he would do that every summer. And now he owns like what, half the block. And he did that because he's a developer. I get it. And he's always had an idea in his mind. I get it. I so get it. He wants to make a lot of money because it's, it's what he has invested his own money in. So I get it. But he doesn't live there. One thing. I've been to his house. My kid and his kid went to school together. But he's back way back there in the hills. It's not his neighborhood, it's my neighborhood. But he came around and he offered my husband money. And it was a joke. It's a joke. It's like, that's not gonna buy us a house. And look at the location I have. I don't drive, I'm disabled. So I can get to where I need to be. I just need everybody here to understand what it feels like to live. I've brought my children, they're in their 20s now. I would like to have it be home. Have it be like that somebody buys the house. Because I lost all those neighbors. They didn't want to leave, they were forced out, they lost their home. And I understand probably Rocky, Deegan, I get it. And I'm part of this community for many, many, many years. I understand, I don't know what about tax rates and all that kind of stuff, but I'm sure there's like, you want to find money somewhere, I get it. But don't forget that there are people who live in those garden homes. I've been living there for a really long time. And if I had lots of money, hey, I would sell my property in a heartbeat because my house is not worth much because it's just
It's been through a lot of floods. When my basement gets water in it every time it rains. It's because of all the water coming in that area. But my land is worth a fortune. A fortune, because look at all the redevelopment that I've seen while I'm living here. I understand that we have moved forward. I get that. But there are still people who live there. I can't afford to move. I can't afford it. So, I mean, I appreciate your view. I really do. Because you were speaking to me. That we're not, I understand where everybody's coming from, that they need to find money from here and there, but I get what you're saying. And I want to support the village. Because I love this place. I love it. That's why I've stayed. But there's very few of us left in the garden homes. And how would you like to live every summer knowing that it's going to flood? And luckily with the improvements that the village has made, we've come a long, long way and we've prevented that. But what's to say that we're not going to have some really huge torrential rain again? I mean, every time I hear, oh, we're going to have a huge amount of rain, I get panicked. I'm like, oh my God, hopefully the water will hold. The water will hold. I still have to think that way. So, but I mean, I understand where Thomas is gonna go. He sat on, I mean, I know he's sitting on his property in hopes that new members on this board will come his way. That is my fear, that these people will crumble to a developer. And but Tom, he lives in a beautiful, big, huge house. He's got lots of money, I'm sure, more money than I have. But he doesn't have to live next to an apartment complex. He doesn't have to, he's got real neighbors. I've got people coming and going. I mean, I don't want renters, I mean, I had renters before, but Nancy was there for years and years and years. She really was. She had a commitment to the village. These people who, even if we get what Tom was, they came and said that, oh, we could do this, there's still going to be people who are not really invested in our community. Think about that. Wouldn't you rather have permanent people that really care and raise their families? That they can give to the community rather than coming and going. I mean, seriously, it's just, I live next to a house where a whole bunch of group of young guys are. I met some of them, but I mean, I don't even know if they still live there.
So this is important. Do you mind if I just real quickly address a couple of things there?
Point of order, we're not debating garden homes development right now. We are just debating a referral to the plan commission. So while I totally appreciate the sentiment expressed tonight from both sides here, or the same side, I guess, I think we need to keep it very specific to what was on the agenda, which is, are we going to refer this to plan commission or not?
Yep.
So on that comment, then I would say, I don't see inconsistencies between the plan and the need to modify it. What has changed that it needs changing?
So even without inconsistencies between the plan, the other thing that Brian noted was that economic conditions, demand for land and types of development has changed. And the plan commission needs to, proposal is for them to reassess whether Garden Homes plan is how we want to meet those conditions, or if it needs to be revised.
So the plan does include townhomes, it does include duplexes. The only thing it doesn't include is so you want the plan to include an apartment, that's what you're saying.
Or you mentioned condos. The point is, it can't continue to sit fallow and wind up where attrition eventually takes over, and we're not doing anything proactive to help drive some kind of consensus decision. So I think that you should be fairly compensated for your house and your land in a situation inside of which these things happen, giving you options by any developer that acts, just for the record. However, those types of things and those types of decisions are something that the plan commission has to go get feedback for, figure out what the points are that are, where folks that are choosing to stay are where they're at, where what can happen, like right now, we've had 5 years of basically people slowly leaving and nothing happening there with no prospects of that changing, right? It's very clear that the developer that owns most of the land, right, has no interest in building the types of homes that are in that amendment. The question is, should condos be discussed? Should why folks are holding on to properties and unwilling to, why they're unable to come to terms to allow some other development type to take root there can be found a way past. You can't do any of that without going and talking to those stakeholders and trying to find some kind of common ground.
And
I think that's his job.
I agree with Brian because, wait once, at no point have I ever heard anybody say they're gonna put in giant apartments. In fact, the plans that I saw that Dave printed around torpedoed, they're like 3 or 4 story, rather large apartments. An apartment I could probably buy. I mean, the reality is my time in the village is only a couple more years because I can't afford to live here anymore. If you build houses down there, I couldn't afford to buy those houses because they're probably 1.2 to 1.5 million minimum. My stupid house on Tally Ho, what is it, 1,200 square feet is probably, I've been told probably 1 million when I sell it to get rid of it. You mean, so if you put townhouses down there, you're not going to get the people you think you're going to get. If you let Deegan build what he wants, I've only seen 3 stories, but the current model we have now, we can't even look at that. The board doesn't have to approve it. Let's say he comes back with it with some kind of thing in there, and the board saying, yeah, I don't know, or can you have half condos? But right now, there's not even an option. And to be honest with you, if I was that property owner, and I could sit on forever. I'm only paying for bare land. It's just going up. So we just want to open the discussion up, is what we're trying to do here. Thank you.
Let me go to Kate, and then Carol.
So I think, Brian, what you're asking, I think I might suggest that you might want to be very specific with what you want to ask the plan commission to look at, because this is vague enough right now. The plan, I, in my opinion, could look at it and not really answer the question that you just addressed, which is, should larger apartment complexes be included, or, whatever. So I think we may want to think about really being prescriptive about what is plan commission doing? What are you referring to them exactly? That would be my advice.
Did you have your hand up too?
Me?
No.
No, but I would like to.
Sorry if I was looking this way too. I'm so sorry, Kate. Go ahead.
No, Carol, and then, sure, I'm raising my hand right now.
Okay.
There.
Yeah. I think it's a really good idea to refer this to plan commission because nobody's happy with the way things are now. Sandy's not happy. Others who want to monetize that area are not happy, and the current comp plan isn't due to be revisited for another 5 years. Is it 5?
It's
Or
every
is it 10?
10 years.
But
I
it's
think
been
you're-
five, it was amended in 21. So we have another 5 years to go before it's, so we're either stuck for 5 more years with nothing, I assume, based on the past, or we refer it to plan commission, get some new information, get some new thinking, and have a look at it sooner.
I want to go to Mark. Oh, sorry, Kate, and then Mark.
Yeah, actually, I was gonna say along. I think the referral can be as simple as, hey, nothing's happening here. Plan commission, look at this and think, our guiding documents, our comprehensive plan and the garden homes plan that it references an impediment to development. There may be other reasons development's not happening, but asking the plan commission to say, are the plans causing the lack of progress?
Okay, Mark.
So let me try this with a motion to get this thing moved along. My motion would be motion to request the plan commission to invite Tom Deegan to address the commission with respect to the Gardens Home neighborhood plan. I mean, this is just a very practical approach here. I don't think The plan commission on its own should be spending a lot of time and spinning its wheels trying to re-envision what Garden Home's plan should be without the input of the property owner who controls all that land. It's just not productive use of time. I think a very much more practical approach is to invite Tom in, say, we have an existing plan. Nothing's been built there. What's going on, Tom? What are the issues? What are your concerns? What would it take? Let's find out where the other side of this negotiation is. We have been through this with Tom before, just to remind the board that we put a Garden Homes plan in place. Tom came back and said, it doesn't work for me. We engaged Tom at that point in negotiations. We actually restructured the plan to address many, but not all, of his requests. And unfortunately, in the ensuing time, nothing has happened. So I think we need to understand why that is and ask what is it that will lead to development of the area and go from there.
So I want to add two things too. Is it, if I get a turn? You don't necessarily, I don't think you necessarily have to go through amending the Garden Homes plan and stuff. Tom, Mark, you were on the board when I was then. Tom can just make a presentation. He made a presentation. He showed us different kinds of apartment complexes. The residents came out, they looked at it, and ultimately there was a room full of people who said, we don't want any version of any of these apartment buildings. And that's where it ended. So you can get the result by just having Tom bring an apartment complex.
We can't, because if he did that, there's no authority for the board to be able to accept that. There's no, in order for plan commission to accept it even, this board needs to tell them to reopen it. This is the first step for any discussion that has to happen for any change to happen. I tried very hard not to be prescriptive. I tried not to say Tom Deegan. I actually do want the plan commission to go out and ask the residents and the people that live there, the residents that are there, the general village at large, what kind of buildings should be there, and get an updated pulse on things, and then act.
Okay.
And we can do nothing without that plan changing, and vice versa. The plan, right now, there's no chance to talk about an apartment the way that's written. It's not possible. We would be wasting our time entertaining it without doing this step, which is why this step says reopen it. Doesn't tell you what to do. You're the chair of it. You can steer it in whatever direction you want. I would encourage you to steer it in one that gets people to come together and find a way to act. But ultimately, the recommendations that come back to us are fed from that action. So all this is gives you the ability to direct plan to spend some energy figuring it out. And after 5 years of inaction and the need to see development there at some kind for everybody's sake, rather than letting it just continue to that land to continue to suffer continued water damage and the like, and attrition to take hold. Figuring out some kind of structured plan as a community is something that it's a hard task, but it's a task that has to get taken on. It's just that simple.
Also, we should be clear, Shop Knob, you and I went to different meetings, because I was in most of those meetings, and quite frankly, as I recall, they did want density there. Dave Benferados was the one that torpedoed it. I don't remember kind of those meetings people say we want single family houses. The only person ever mentioned that was Dave and the 5 people that live down there. Everybody else was looking at the apartments. In fact, the apartments that Tom showed out there had accounted for all the water in that area for flooding, if I remember right. So we got to be careful when we say things here about what's been done. And when Mark says, we've talked to Dean before, got some things, but not all things. Well, isn't it funny? It's that one little thing. But you can't build anything except single family houses. Is that in the little thing they couldn't get to? I mean, somehow we have to open this up. To Carol's point, nobody's happy with what's going on right now. If I was Deegan and I own that property, I'd just sit on it for 10 years. It's just going to gain more money. Wait them out. Whoever buys that land from him could do the same thing. At least with Deegan, he seems to be talking to us. And again, I've never seen giant apartments. I saw like 3 or 4 story kind of things that look like what we have on Walnut Grove, not Walnut Grove, the apartments on the other end of the village have been there forever, Shackleton Square. That's what I remember seeing. Thank you.
Okay, so
Get a motion.
let's get, okay, so
The motion is to direct plan commission to re-look at the Garden Homes plan, the
And-
amendment to the Garden Homes plan, and make sure there aren't impediments in the University Corridor plan.
Look at both of those.
Right,
And to
so
come-
that some type of action might be able to be, some kind of mutual beneficial action might be able to take place.
Why do you want to keep it so open?
Because I don't think that it's the board's job to prescribe what's there. I think the plan commission's job is to gather the information to inform us, to be able to make that decision. And while I might come at it with opinions, I think that the point of a strategic plan is to gather resident feedback to inform that decision. And I think that I should leave it open to that. Ultimately, we'll wind up having a discussion about what comes back, right? But I don't know that I don't know that we need to be any more prescriptive than that. Why do we? I mean, it seems like those are pretty obvious steps. I mean, it's possible they're going to come back and say, we think it's fine, and that's their solution. And I think that then we would have another motion that would have to be more specific, but I'm hoping that that's not the case. You think we should just be more specific up front?
I do.
All right, well then I think it should be to see if we can find a way to some type of high density housing that meets the needs of, that does the best it can and meets the needs of all parties in the community's future. How's that?
Carol,
Could I suggest a slightly simpler wording, which would be to direct the plan commission to review the comp plan and its amendments regarding the appropriate level of development for Garden. University Avenue corridor is its amendment, Garden Homes is its amendment. So we would be reviewing the comp plan and its amendments regarding the appropriate level of development in Garden Homes.
and okay, that's fine. We can carry out those directives, and they're going to. We need like at least I would like to have your blessing that Brian Mooney could use his discretionary spending in case we have some questions for Vanderwall or anywhere else to help us through this process. I'm assuming we're going to be talking to neighbors, interviewing people who live there, asking residents for feedback. This is what you're asking us to do. Come back, review what's there.
Except for not Vanderwall.
Okay.
So, yeah, I would,
A little bit of discretion.
yeah,
To work through that.
Maybe plan commission can come back with a request that maybe we don't have to figure that out tonight. Send it to plan. That's their job to figure it out. We can approve later.
No, we need at least 5,000 and to move forward. I can't just, you want me to go forward, I'm gonna go forward, but not every 5 minutes to come in. We're gonna do what you want us to do.
I mean, I'm okay with spending up to $5,000 for consultants to help be able to be able to do the necessary clerical work to be able to help inform the village of
This
others.
came up last week.
Not Vanderwall, though. Can we get someone else?
Fine, but it came up last week with us wanting to use some discretionary spending and coming to the board. Mark, I can't remember what it was about. It had to do with like the FAR or something else.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very practical about this.
Okay.
I would want to hear from Tom before I start spending money on changes, proposed changes, that I don't know whether there's any appetite for them. What's the constituency that's pushing for changes? It seems to me the one thing we all want is to see some development there, right? We can argue about what type of development, but none of us are happy with it just being vacant the way it is now. So the question is the village has already expressed in its neighborhood plan what it wants. That's our ask. Now we need to hear from the property owner as to what his ask is. And once we know that, then you can engage people if there's enough common ground to get something done.
To be fair,
Kate, let Kate go.
Yeah, I think what's missing from that, Mark,
Yeah.
is an independent third party who understands the market. Because what the neighborhood wants, what the community wants, is all fine and well. But if the real estate market doesn't support it, it'll never happen. And I do not want to rely, I don't think you're saying this, but I want to be sure that we're not relying on the property owner to provide the market feedback. I think we need an independent consultant to say this level of density isn't market feasible, or this level of density is market feasible, and not from the property owner. And from a consultant that the planning commission might choose that's actually working in the real estate market, not the planning bit like Vanderwall is, but someone who's like doing real estate transactions in Dane County.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, did Carol have a motion?
I agree with what Kate just said, and I agree that you can have your 5,000, but do it with someone who's in the real estate business, not Vanderwall. 5,000 isn't a lot of money, and you can get somewhere with it.
Okay.
And to be fair, just to cap it off, I like where all this is going, and I think everybody's feedback has been super helpful. I don't think it's a bad idea to, when it's reopened to plan, which is all I'm asking for us to hear, when you chair plan next time around, to say, we've been directed to do this, to say, before we spend any money and do this, I'd like us to pull Tom in to have a conversation. That's all your discretion with how you run that,
Sure.
that commission. As far as I'm concerned, I think Mark's idea is good, but I don't want to be prescriptive and tell you what you should do to get there. I'd rather that it be reopened and reevaluated in a comprehensive way.
I will take the orders, the direction. I really, really love Kate Crowley's point. I think that if it turns out, hypothetically, that nothing else economically can work with if it's not an apartment complex, it's a lot easier for everyone to swallow and understand that that is our only option. It might not be that, but if that turns out to be the case, well, then we know there's no other way to do this. That's the direction we're all moving. If there's a way to do townhomes so that you have owner occupied, that'll come out through all this. If you can't do it, then you can't do it.
Okay, so the amended motion is to direct plan to reopen, looking at the comprehensive plan as it pertains to garden homes with a budget of up to $5,000 to engage someone to help them assess the market conditions.
I'll second that.
And just to clarify, you said the amendments, and that includes the University Avenue corridor.
I think it should be the comprehensive
Plan
plan.
is going to come with something.
Yeah, I think it's all part of the comprehensive plan, the garden homes, the University Avenue corridor, it's
You're directed to
comprehensive.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Yes.
I'm gonna ask Mark's question, which is how's our planning budget? And where is that $5,000 gonna come from?
I don't have that answer. I'll have to look at that.
Wouldn't be eligible.
It's over.
What's that?
We will
Planning budget is
not go
it's
to,
gone.
I will not use a consultant if I can do research on my own.
Oh.
We usually go because
Yeah.
online is not enough and we need
Yeah.
an expert.
No, I'm not contesting that it's not important to get a consultant. I'm just saying that if we're authorizing up to 5K, where is it coming from?
Well, this is the first time
Yeah.
that the board has actually authorized any money for planning, but planning money is gone.
So we're assuming that the planning money is gone. We haven't seen a budget to actuals for a while,
But it was all but $2,000.
but okay. I mean, I didn't know that. I don't know if we had budget to actuals in March.
You did, yeah.
I was looking for that today. So what other tricks do we have? Is it TID eligible? I heard you.
Garden Homes is not in
Not
TID, but the rest of University Avenue for you can spend money with TID. Someone should check the dollars. But I would think that it's TID eligible.
Okay.
But
Perfect.
that's not a legal opinion.
I do want
Suggestion.
to make one or two more comments. One, I think that how Tom Deegan has been treated is unfair. I think we never ask these questions to the other developers. Why do we now care that it's an apartment complex when that question wasn't asked for any of the other buildings that went up? So I just want to acknowledge that I think he's been not treated equal footing as the other developers. There might be other developments on the corridor because John Flatt has thoughts on buildings, and this work will be helpful to inform that discussion as well. Should we vote? Let's vote. All in favor of the vote, say aye or raise your hand. That motion carries 7-0. Next item on the agenda is 8D. Discussion possible action, approval of Safe Streets for All action plan, request for RFPs. This was on the consent agenda and I removed it because I already had questions on it. I think my question or my concern with this was very similar to with like FGMA and other times where I feel like the committee should be more specific in what we want to use this $120,000 for versus hiring someone to come and tell us what should we do with our streets. I have my gut instinct is that it's going to be a waste of money and a year from now it's going to be it's not what we wanted. And that opinion is informed by my experience of working with every other consultant. Like we had Mark Funkhauser, we paid $40,000 for, and then nobody ever implemented those options. And then we had FGMA, another $50,000, and we were not happy. So I'm more cautious now. I think this is something that Rocky had ran on a platform. Know what you want with as much specificity before you ask a consultant for help. I'm reminded of something Warren Buffett said, which is you never ask a barber if you need a haircut. Like, don't ask a barber if you need a haircut. You should know what you need before you tell people, because they're willing to tell you all the things that they could give you, and it's not going to work for us.
Is Safe Streets for All, so I gotta back it up to understand, and I appreciate that Rob helped me understand in his comments. This is a federal grant, and is it only to be used for consulting? Is it meant to be used for consulting? Yeah.
Is it okay if I share a little bit about this? So, yeah, again, for those who are listening online, my name is Rob Stanke. So what Safe Streets for All is it's a $5 billion Department of Transportation federal grant program that is helping municipalities and counties and things like that to be able to improve their roads so that they can be safer for all. The goal is to reduce fatalities and serious injuries. Obviously, in Sherwood Hills, we don't have very many fatalities. The ones that we have had on our streets are on University Avenue. But we do have injuries, people getting hit, either hard car collisions or people on a bicycle or people walking getting hit by a car. So the way this pertains to Sherwood Hills is it would help us to make our streets safer and prevent those types of injuries or even a fatality, God forbid, in our village. So how the program works is there's 2 phases. There's a planning phase. And so that's what we applied for. So it's the first phase is develop an action plan. The second phase is the actual implementation. So in order to actually get any money to do permanent serious improvements to your streets, you have to develop an action plan. That's how the grant program is set up. So this is the first phase. The money which we have received is $120,000. It does require so it's an 80-20 match. So the village has to supply 20%. So at a maximum, we could do a $150,000 project where the village would be responsible for $30,000. $120,000 would come from the federal government. So yeah, so we applied for this in 2024. We thought that we were awarded this in late 2024. We thought that we would imminently get this money and be able to get this going. Turns out, the Trump administration wanted to slow things down quite a bit. And so it wasn't until just a few months ago that we found out that we were actually getting the money, which is great. So the purpose of this particular proposal is to bring in transportation experts who can look at our village streets in a comprehensive way to do things like traffic counts, pedestrian counts, cyclist counts, to figure out what needs to be changed about our streets. You know, I think if we asked everybody in this room, everyone could list 3 or 4 things that they don't like about some streets in the village. And I certainly have my own projects that I'd like to do. In fact, when I left the Public Works, I left a 7-page document of several projects that I thought were very useful for the village. Now, one of the problems is we all have our ideas, but we don't know, you know, is this idea going to negatively impact something else? You know, if we remove some traffic from this street, is it going to drive it to this street? So that's where bringing in these transportation experts actually study everything in a comprehensive way and make some recommendations, collect the data, and then make the recommendations and develop that action plan. And that action plan will have a bunch of projects that we can do, you know, permanent projects to improve the safety of our streets. One other thing is that in this plan, this action plan, this first phase, we are allowed to do some demonstration activities. So these could be, you know, things like, you know, just off the top of my head, like temporarily putting some planters along a walking path to kind of create some physical barriers between cars and pedestrians. That's just an idea. Maybe it's a terrible one, but just like temporary things that we could try and see how they work. And then in the second phase, those could be made permanent if they're good ideas. So it's not just developing the plan, there's also some potential demonstration activities that we can do. So the village has already had some firms reaching out to us because it is public information that we were awarded $120,000. So some interested firms have already contacted the village, you know, wondering when we were going to be applying or, you know, putting out an RFP. So where did this RFP come from? Well, in late 2024, Bob, Falk, and I, as the chairs of Public Works and Public Health and Safety, put out a call to the whole village via Nixle, the bulletin, etc. We got over 20 people who were interested in serving on an ad hoc committee to help administer this grant. We ended up choosing a very diverse group of people from different ages, you know, parts of the village, different expertises with and different experiences with transportation and things like that. That group was approved as an ad hoc committee in early 2025, and then we heard nothing until a year later. So that committee then began to meet once we found out that we were getting the money. And that committee put together this RFP over a couple of meetings that we had. And so that's the RFP that you have in front of you. So hopefully that answers some of your questions, but I can also answer any more if you have it.
Mark.
Yeah, so I've talked to Bob about this, and one of the things he explained to me, and maybe you could confirm, that with respect to our share, our 20,000 or whatever we have to kick in as part of this project, that we can bill staff time. So to the extent that we engage staff in this project, or attending meetings, we can bill out that time and essentially pay ourselves using that $20,000. So do the internal bookkeeping. So we don't necessarily in paying out our share, we don't have to pay that out to third parties. I mean, we can and we will, but we can also use it to reimburse ourselves for staff time involved in the project. Is that your understanding as well?
That's correct. And so, you know, unlike other consultant situations where the village paid for this, we are getting this for 80% off, but possibly even better because the village staff time and actually even the volunteer time of the committee members can also be billed towards this. So there's a potential that it could be much less than 20% or possibly even zero, depending on how much time is involved in this. So we also have, of course, our village engineer who is actively going to be involved in this process. And so their time would also be factored into this. Our village engineer, has said that they will not be bidding on this. They prefer to keep the relationship with the village as it is. This type of an action plan is not within their scope or expertise. They just don't want to bid on this type of thing, but there are plenty of other firms in this area who would be perfectly capable of doing something like this.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So the whole 150,000 is to be spent on planning. None of that is for phase 2.
That's right. So we were allowed to ask for as much as we wanted, up to $150,000. We're working with the Madison Metropolitan Planning Organization, which is kind of the transit authority for this area. And they said you should apply for the most money because you don't have to spend it all. So we applied for $150,000 budget, but that doesn't mean that we have to spend all of it. It's just that whatever we spend, it's going to be that 80-20 split, like I talked about.
Mike, well, go ahead, Carol.
Yeah, thank you. I would just add a little additional context, which is that I used to be chair of public health and safety, and at that time, the then crew chief, was engaged in making an inventory of intersections, like dangerous intersections in the village, and it just never got off the ground because there just wasn't enough capacity, not enough hours in the day for him to make a lot of progress such that it ever got back to PHS or ever got to. So this is a way of getting done work planning assessment that we're never going to get done otherwise. Yeah,
sure.
Can I say one more thing just to, so this action plan, as I said, is required to get any additional funds for that implementation for the Department of Transportation. But it's also an extremely valuable tool. Of course, this is what our village engineer has told us. If we have that action plan, that will potentially unlock a lot of county, state, et cetera, funding grants that we could apply for. We could say, hey, we've already developed this action plan. Here's this project we really want to do. If only we could get $100,000 to get it off the ground, then the state could perhaps kick in that money towards that project. So having that action plan, not just beneficial for the DOT, it's also beneficial for state and county money.
Right.
Right. So obviously, money to study what's dangerous in the village in terms of traffic patterns is fantastic. It's a boon, right? And I don't think everybody likes that. Inside of the RFP, I feel like it doesn't specifically identify some elements that I think are well suited to Shorewood. For example, we mentioned getting traffic data, right? But we don't specify that we want that traffic data to do. We mention types of traffic, but we don't mention that we would like it to focus on, for example, intersections and time of day. So what we don't have is what we're opening this up to is a broad study that's done by somebody that's going to look at the village, and it's going to look at it however they decide to look at it.
Can I add to that? They're going to say you need sidewalks. Like we know we need sidewalks. I think what you're saying is you want something more than the obvious.
I think that those of us that live in so I have my own opinions about how I would direct this if I were me authoring the RFP. And I think that what makes the streets in the village dangerous isn't just counts. I think it's also time of day, dramatically in terms of what's safe here. And I think not making sure that they study that is a mistake. And I say that because we get tremendous cut through traffic where it's super busy on multiple corridors through here and everybody's shutting on their heads during rush hour in both directions of people cutting through, right? And it doesn't specifically direct them to study and make sure they're going for that. And I think it's by far our most dangerous time of day, to the point where I don't let my kid, Mike, by himself, during he was 9, during those hours around here, because I've watched it be nuts. I don't let and that is, so that's one thing. The second is that the RFP solicits those folks to come back and give us proposals, right? And maybe they're going to include that in their proposal that comes to us. Maybe the folks that are going to do that are going to specify what it is that they're going to study. But what this has before it launches, and it has Safe Streets make the decision. It doesn't specify at any point that they bring that back to us to say, yep, that's the study we want, right? So what that does is a year from now, when that study wraps, if we're missing some big element of it, our choices are to either adopt that or we're missing some big hole and we get no chance to be able to offer feedback to it in any meaningful way, at least earlier. And I feel like anything that is going to cost as much money as this is going to cost, it should be comprehensive as it is, that's likely to make all kinds of recommendations about sidewalks and curbs and who knows, right? And changing traffic some way or another, putting up barriers, taking things a single lane, putting in bike paths, who knows what's going to come out of it, right? But whatever is going to come out of it, I feel like we're going to be in a bind looking for grant money that we want for somewhere else if we aren't a little more specific about what we're hoping to get out of it.
Can I? So I want to add to your thought,
Yeah,
your
sorry.
train of thought,
I'm sorry.
because I was walking home from the pool and I go up Harvard to get to Cornell, and I saw a car going the opposite direction on Harvard. It's a one-way, but one person got out of the car to look to see if a car's coming, and then they went the wrong way on a one-way. Nobody would know that except the people that live here. So I think I think what you're saying is, can we insert into the RFP 5 or 6 things that the residents here know are issues to add to make sure that they're not missed?
So that was suggested during their meeting, because the last meeting, because I attended it. And there was a lot of resistance to directing any kind of hotspots because we would all list so many and they'd be so different and someone else should find them, was the feedback that they collectively came back with about that same point.
So
but I don't think it's right, but that's what they said.
The person who is the DOT engineer is already going to have that eye, whether you tell them to have an eye or not. They're not going to only focus on what you tell them because you're going to give them some information, but they're going to bring their experience. I don't think it's going to stop somebody from offering their opinion. Carol.
Yeah. I mean, this is a request for proposals, so we're gonna get multiple proposals back. And I assume that they will either offer us time of day specificity or not. I mean, I assume that they will. I mean,
It doesn't say though, it's really generic.
Well, I mean, is that state of the art? Or maybe our people who are involved in public works already know that every single proposal is gonna have time of day specificity. So, so if you can comment on that, Rob, please.
Rob.
Are we asking things that are just absolutely already baked in, parts state of the art?
Yeah, Brandon, those are great things to be thinking about. And I would say, I mean, to the point about the counts, the technology that's involved does include time of day. And transportation planners, the nature of their job is thinking about rush hours. So I think that will be a huge component. We specifically, one of the insertions that we made as a committee was we wanted to mention through traffic as it relates to street safety. Through traffic is a major concern. It brings a lot of cars passing through the village to get to work.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not ideal for people to take a residential bypass just to get to their workplace. It adds a lot of cars that could potentially be in collisions with other cars or with people. So, so the time of day, that's absolutely something that is covered by the technology. We specifically requested not just to get the summary of the traffic counts, but to get the raw data so that is something that will be kept by the village. The other point that you had about, will we end up with some product, some action plan that is missing something that we really, really wish was in there, and we don't want to be at the goal line and not have that in there. Well, the early phase of the action plan is a huge push to get feedback from the community. through, town hall, mailings, whatever, to try to get people saying, what do you think is wrong with our streets? So there's the early data collection, and then the consultant will be required to meet, to have two mid-project meetings with the village. So like a 30 and 60%, as well as a 90% with the nearly finished draft. They will then get the final feedback for that 90% finished action plan. That will then go into the final action plan. So we have all these checkpoints where the village will hopefully corral them and steer them in the right direction.
Okay, I'm gonna call on Mark and then I have an idea to see if I can get everybody to come together, but go ahead.
If we go forward on this and we approve it, and the committee does its work and delivers a plan back to the board, and the board approves that plan, does the village have any obligation to implement the plan? And in particular, does it have any obligation to implement it in full? So previously, my experience has been with McKenna Park, right? And there, we did a master plan for McKenna Park, and there was some varying opinions in the village about aspects of it. Some people liked, some people didn't like. Eventually, the board approved the plan, but it was with the understanding that we didn't have to implement necessarily. We weren't bound to implement the plan in full, but we could pick and choose and do what we want. Is that the way you understand this plan?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. So, we're not under any obligation to do anything. This is to create the action plan. And that is kind of the key that unlocks the funding to do the types of projects that we want to do. So, we're not going to be required to build sidewalks on every street just by doing this plan or something like that. So, yeah.
All right, I think I'm ready to vote. You guys are ready to vote? I think,
Can I just ask one thing?
Sure.
The police should have accident data on where accidents occur in the village that could probably actually give us data. Is that something this plan's gonna look at, the police data?
That's in there.
It's in there?
Yes.
All right.
Actually, I reached out to Chief Wetzel before this meeting on that exact point. And she did say that they have all the data of where, significant bicycle injuries have happened, that I'm sure that she could work with a consultant to, hand that over. And I also asked her about speeding data. And so she has that from where they've deployed speed boards currently on Lake Mendota and University Bay Drive. Those boards can collect data and you could gather that and hand that over to consultants as well. So I think, yeah, it would be, I'm sure that's already on the agenda of the Safe Streets Committee, but I think partnering with the PD would be good too.
So is there, two things, is there a timeline when we have to start this? And the second thing is, the Trump administration has pulled money back from things. If we start with if we hire someone to do this $100 and some thousand of work, what are the chances of the Trump pulling that money back and then we have to pay the money ourselves? Because they've done that to other communities.
Well, sorry, what was your first question? Just so I make sure it was the timeline, right?
Is there a timeline? Like, do we have to start it in 2026 or 2027?
So
And then if we do start it,
sorry,
sorry,
go ahead.
And then if we do start it, in some communities, the Trump administration has reached in and yanked the money back. Is that going to happen with this particular plan? I don't know what plans they have, but I've seen it happen. It happened up in the Twin Cities. They yanked a bunch of money out. I don't know what it was, but he did it. And I'm just wondering, are we exposing ourselves to them pulling money back out and now we're on the hook for the $100,000 or whatever?
Right, so the timing issue, the plan has to be completed by, I believe, January 2028. So we're envisioning a 9 to 12 month time period to do this. We want to be able to cover seasonal traffic patterns, right? So we want a relatively long timeline to do this. So we are hoping to have this project done in the middle. I think we set a deadline of July 2027, so that would give us some time to, some buffer time. And as far as, could the money be clawed back? So the reason why we did not do this until now is because we did not have the money. We do have the money now. So can they claw it back through some super illegal mechanism?
Never know.
Right? I can't answer that question.
You
But
answer the question, if
that's
you
the
have the
reason
money
why
now.
we're doing
you
it
answer the
now
question.
is because we have the money.
Okay,
Yeah, you
how about
answered.
call the vote? Yeah, call the vote.
We have a motion.
I don't think we need a motion, so I don't know if we have a motion yet.
Can somebody make a motion?
I will.
Oh,
Okay. I motion to approve the Safe Streets for All action plan request for proposals.
Second by Mark Letter. Discussion. All right, I'm gonna vote for this. Rob, I think you're incredible. I think you were outstanding when you were on the Public Works Committee. You did a lot as a trustee. The fact that you're on the committee gives me a lot of confidence. I just hope that you guys keep us updated every periodically, and that's all I could ask for. But I trust you.
I agree with that. I don't see anything here about it saying seasonal, for example, in the RFP. And I think that you want that in there, right? What concerns me about it is some of stuff like that, I just didn't see in here, right? If I also would like it to have at those touch points, it says Safe Streets for All or the village board. I'd like to see it at least bring this back to us as part of that group to make sure that we're can participate in it. In looking at what comes back to say if anything needs to get adjusted, because at the end, I'd like to have something that we feel is actionable, right? And we can spend money and go get those stuff to be able to do. I think it's important enough to do that with. I don't want to take it over. I don't want to participate in every single one of it, but I'd like to have a couple fixed touch points in here. Right now, you guys did add the or village board in one spot after that feedback, but I'd like to see it say that in the RFP. If you wouldn't mind just making sure that those things like seasonal and some other things that you can think of are actually included in there.
But Brian, just to cut you out, you have to be very specific on the motion. So the motion is to approve. And if there's an amendment, but if there's a language or a word that needs to go somewhere, it can't be, hope it's in there. It's got to be in the motion.
I'm going to vote for it as it is, but I just wanted to communicate that in the hopes that
Can
it
you guys,
for
can you make sure the village board is participating, not to manage or micromanage the project, but to have limited abilities every 3 months?
Yeah, I mean, I
Is
think
that all
with
right?
their reports, 30-day increments or whatever.
I don't think Mr. Stankey has ever held back. My guess is we'll be informed.
Yeah, no, it's just not in. The only problem is it's not in.
Okay, call the vote. Everyone in favor, say aye. Vote carries 7-0. What a cool board. Okay, thank you, Rob. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stay in the village. We can't live without you. Okay, easier stuff is on the rest of the agenda. I think we can actually flip through these really quickly. I'm hoping like 5 minutes or no more on each item. So 8E, discussion possible action, request for a reassessment of tax appraisals. You need a break?
No, I was just waiting by it.
Oh, okay. I put this in the agenda. All I'm asking for is a reassessment, and it could be this year or next year. We don't have to go into the 8 pages of the details, but there's a problem with the appraisals. Commercial properties are undertaxed. It's been going on for 20 years. It doesn't matter which formula you use, whether it's market price or income driven or whatever it is. On every metric, there's a problem. If they are,
I don't think there's any agreement.
then I
Just
would like
call
my house
motion
tax to
approved.
2000.
I think we all think the same thing. Go for
Okay,
it.
but so
Be
let me
set.
then specify, but here's the thing. So Kate, my wonderful friend, Kate Crowley, I think the issue is just a matter of timing. Can we do this year or you got to do it in 2027? That's where I was like, I trust the expert. Can I get this done in 2027?
Well,
It would cause open book to have to happen again. It would cause things past deadlines.
Depends on what you mean by 2027, and this might be from a Brian question, but it's budget review. As a matter of course, this is something that was budgeted and finance committee was thinking we were doing in 2027. And so that would be the January 1st, 2027 assessment for 2028 election.
It's too late to do it for this year. That we could get reassessed for this year.
And we can have. Next year, there is going to be money set aside. I've got an earmark reminder to myself to add into the budget the costs associated with full revamp of the village next year.
Okay.
But
So
we
it would-
can still bring the assessor out to have, or appraiser to come out and talk with whatever committees you deem appropriate in preparation for that, to bring this type of information to their focal point of interest and explain potential discrepancies. But that is definitely going to happen.
So we're not gonna do it this year. We're gonna do it in 2027. But there's two things. One is you need a different appraiser, possibly. You need to work with a different appraiser. And the second is, I think you have to start January 1st. Because you don't get the numbers back till April 1st, and then open book is 3 weeks later, and there's no time, not enough time in that to give them feedback. Can we get an appraiser and tell them what the problem is as of January 1st?
Well, I think we should, my opinion is that we should do what Brian suggested, which is have a conversation with the appraiser. Because right now, my understanding is that our assessment ratio in the village is at 70% because we're so many years past a revaluation. So all the properties in the village, including my house and everyone's residential property, is assessed at 70% market value. So when we're looking just at the University Avenue corridor in isolation, it looks off. And it may well be off. I'm not drawing a conclusion. I'm just saying that if you look at Viburnum Drive,
20 years.
We're also at 70% market value. So if you just looked at Viburnum Drive, to pick on my street, you could say, oh, we have a problem with Viburnum Drive. I think we could look at it more holistically, probably with the assessor present.
But like, with full disclosure, I don't think I want the residents rephrased.
It's not a choice. See, the whole.
Well, but I'm just saying, they got away with 20 years of staying at the same numbers. I want to get away with 20 years of staying at the same numbers. It's just not fair that all the residents continue to have to pay higher taxes. Nothing gets done. Just give them 20 years. Give me 20. Never mind. I'll stop. I'm gonna stop. Somebody make a motion.
So, I do have one thing that I want to ask that I don't know the answer to. So I know one resident did the effort necessary to try to be able to dispute the taxes that the commercial taxes, right? They reached out to them. They did everything that they were supposed to do. They followed the thing, and they were not responded to for an appointment to be able to proceed, right? It's my understanding that that was their legal obligation. They had the ability for them to speak at the review board, to the joint review board, to be able to challenge the assessment, was just not offered.
That's wrong. And it's a violation of US Constitution. But go ahead.
Yes, right, but that is what happened. And we could bring him in to make sure that I have that sequence of events, but I believe that to be true, right? Somebody tried to bring this up inside of the legal framework that they're allowed, and they weren't heard, right? So, and that would have affected all of us, and that should have affected the 2027 rates, right? But it failed to be done the way that it's supposed to be. And by the way, that code is the most convoluted code I've ever read in my life. It was difficult to parse out when you're supposed to contact who, inside of what hours, only contact this phone number. I mean, it's the most restrictive access code thing I've ever read for any kind of public thing. Now, so what is that, our code, or is that the state code, is another question, because if it's our code, that thing should get scrapped. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever read. But it wasn't on. Does that affect the 27 answer? And it's a legitimate question, because if they didn't allow someone the ability to be able to challenge it, right? And the joint review board has now gone and passed. Them not following the law doesn't seem like the remedy should be that it just gets ignored. It seems like we should be able to claw them back.
That happened to me when I moved here.
Order review.
Because-
Whatever.
Board of Review. That would, because I,
Sorry.
that, yeah, that happened to me, and I just let it go, but that person technically can sue you, that's true.
But what about the village? Because the village, so I'm just curious, because of the fact that we're aware of it, is that something that we can take action upon or not is is the question that I'm asking.
You're not an injured party.
The village as a whole is an injured party. A villager has come to us and made us aware of the fact that their rights, which would have affected all villagers, but that was not honored, right?
I
That's the
can get
question.
into a legal analysis, I'm not gonna do that.
Okay, fair.
What do you guys wanna do? What does the board wanna do?
Well, I think we don't need a motion, right? I think we should just move on because we are gonna get a reassessment in 2027. It's already the plan.
Well,
So-
there is something we have to think about. Hello?
Hi, Rocky.
Rocky, go
Um,
ahead.
So when I was on the board years ago, something happened where we were under assessed to what Kate mentioned, like we were at 70-some% under assessed. And we got fined by the state 3% of our budget. And we had to go through and reassess everything up to 90 or 95% of full assessment. Because I remember the boardroom was full of 4,000 people with knives and pitchforks and all this stuff. And we had to tell them, hey, we had to do it. We're forced by the state. If we're 30% under assessed, is that still a real thing? Are we gonna get fined by the state if we stay that far under assessed?
No, because it ends this year. Year 5 is coming up right now, Rocky. So as long as it's done for the next calendar year and it's planned before we do the 28 taxes, we're compliant. So technically, but the issue is that what Shabnam notes in here is that like the commercial properties haven't raised in value for 20 years.
Well, I agree. I agree with everything Sean Nam said. I agree 100%. I just remember we got fined. And I was just on the board that I think it was with a guard was president then, but we got fined because we didn't have it. I think they waived it because we rushed an appraisal through, but it was a big deal.
Okay,
So I
for my
propose, yeah, so
purposes,
here's the
move
motion.
this. We gotta move this.
So I would like a motion because I'd like the motion to say 2 things. One, I'd like to have the motion bring the current assessor in front of us to answer our questions so that we can consider whether or not we use the same assessor next year or not. I'd like to know why those commercial values haven't raised for 20 years.
I don't really, I can move on from that and just go with another appraiser. I don't have to do, the fact
Well,
that
I'm
we
not sure
use the
that-
same appraiser for years.
The one thing the only thing I was gonna say is for this area of Wisconsin, or maybe it is more than just this area, maybe it is more Wisconsin as a whole. There seems to be 2 appraiser organizations that we could potentially partner with. I could not find our contract with our current appraiser in our file, so I have to continue that search tomorrow and ongoing to locate that. The fear and my hesitation with recommending we part with that. Statutorily, we're required to have an appraiser within the village. If we notify the current that we're leaving and breaking that contract, and then we go to a second or go out to an RFP, that leaves us one option. It's going to be really expensive, and I don't know what the alternative is if we don't get them applying.
Is this GEC that did this?
No.
This is not
Associated.
So I'm okay with not specifying it, but I would like to have it say that we are going to bring them in to be able to at least ask. I would like to know why this commercial, I don't understand how they didn't change for 20 years. I'd like to hear what they have to say about it. It doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, can we, Brian, when you meet with the appraiser, can Brian you make sure he's there? That's, all right. And we don't need a motion.
Okay, let me have a motion.
We don't need a motion. Can you guys work on this January 1st? So it's not April 30th or April 1st, or it's just,
Well, it's
give them a
early
heads
in
up
the
in
calendar
advance.
year,
Okay.
yeah.
all right. We move on then? Because we're taking action. Okay, yep, move on. Meeting minutes. So before Taylor Wall left, we sat down and wrote together a meeting minutes policy to make it faster and more efficient. And what you see in the packet is that policy. Meeting minutes should, since we record all of our meetings, the recording itself can be the meeting minutes. But Taylor and I both agreed that a written document that includes who was there, the date, and the motions was what mattered most. And that's what other municipalities do, if they have the recording with the votes. You don't have to sit there and summarize what each person said, which you're maybe not, I mean, that's a tough job. That's what's there. I would like, though, I didn't put it in this packet. If AI is used, I would like an AI policy, which would mean the trustee or the chair of that committee reviews the AI meeting minutes to confirm that they're accurate. AI makes mistakes. As an attorney, you cannot use AI. You can use AI, but you are required to make sure that what you're writing is accurate. If you see a statute, you have to go read that statute to make sure it's correct. If the same thing with Wikipedia. Wikipedia is not a source. You have to go to the source, cite it at the bottom, and find it. That's my point on AI. It can't just be AI wrote it in that sense. Somebody has to take personal responsibility. That's the next month's issue. Because I don't have AI included. Go ahead.
I'm not sure I understand the logic of that, in that all the minutes have to be approved by the committee. I mean, they're just draft, right? Whether you write the minutes, whether AI writes the minutes, it's a draft. And it's not official until it's approved by the committee or approved by the board, the body that which the meeting took place. So why should we concern ourselves with how it was done? All we should concern ourselves with is, does it have all the essential elements, and did the committee or the body that was holding the meeting approve it?
I see your point. Let me just comment to that. I think it's irresponsible if I were to use AI for meeting minutes and I bring it to my committee and have reviewed it. I think it's irresponsible of me. The names are misspelled, maybe the motions are off. You're wasting people's time, and people might assume it's all fine. Somebody has to take ownership that I used AI and I went through it before I presented it to other people. That's
I
all I'm
agree
saying.
that you have to
Okay.
take ownership, but who drafted them? I don't think it makes any difference, as long as at the end of the day, you and the committee or the board is taking ownership of it and saying you're approving it, which is to me taking ownership. That's enough.
In my thoughts on AI, it's probably going to be a separate AI policy that you have to. I love AI. I use AI in my life every day. But I would lose my bar license if I quoted AI and I didn't check to make sure that was a real case. It's just one little step of integrity and responsibility. It's a small step.
Can we get back to the policy? Because when I read this, what I thought was nice about it, it gives a little check sheet we can go through to say, do we cover these, 9 things in the minutes? And to me, it looks pretty straightforward. The AA discussion's for another day, but I thought this is a good first step in laying down what has to be there. Because look what happened. We used to have the committees used to do the minutes. Then we had to have staff do it all because no one was sure it had to be in there. So now they sat down and they wrote down, well, here's what has to be in here. So now we're back to letting the committees do it so long as they hit this checklist. This is what they'll need to make sure they do it right. I personally think it's a great first start myself.
Okay. I agree with you, Rocky. Let's go to Brian Urchin.
All right, so I was quite concerned about the amount of hours that it required staff to sit in all those meetings. It seems like an insane number of hours to take notes that can be taken with a recording where it's not necessary, and notes that literally can get transcriptions from AI that are quite good word for word. They might misspell names, but they get most of speech with incredibly high accuracy. Zoom has one that's built in that you can buy. You buy the $20 plan. It's literally the note taker is free. It transcribes every word, and then it goes through that with AI and then generates notes afterwards that includes all the motions and captures them and who voted for them. 2 things. I would say that we should have a note taking policy that is AI driven. It should either say Zoom or Teams in it. And that the policy should be take an audio recording, have it give you a transcription, an SRT, where it gives you a text file of everything that was said. The reason is it's time indexed and searchable. So if you want to find who said what, you can get it exactly by searching for keywords. And you exactly the point where we talk about AI and note taking is as simple as typing in AI and note taking. And it takes you exactly where the time index is so you can search the video. Otherwise, the video is impractically long in this case.
I agree.
Okay. So that's one. I think that we should have a policy. You should say you have to take a transcript. And you have to save those two and save them to a file to give for depositing. I also think you should have it create notes with notions. The reason for that is this. I remember reading the notes of everything that would happen here all last summer, and it was so missed the tone and tenor of what was actually happening in here that it blew my gourd, right? I think that those notes are infinitely more accurate in reflecting what actually is said than anything else will be.
Okay, I agree. I want to ask this. This reminds me of ranked choice voting. This is eons of light years of improvement. Let's get that done, and then we can work on the additions to getting to what you're talking about.
Okay.
Is that okay? Fair? Okay. I motion to approve the modernized meeting minutes policy. Second
Yep.
from Carol. Is there any more discussion?
No, and we should say it's going to save us a fortune on staff time. Like, not to have somebody have to sit in every committee is a huge deal. Like, every committee that goes to night doesn't require somebody to sit in. What?
Let's call a vote.
All in favor, say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
That motion carries 7-0. Next item, revisions to agenda setting policy. So this is the
Just go on to the consent agenda.
No, the
next
suspended,
one.
the templates are gone. And the thing about the templates is that we're gonna try to make things as concise as possible. Forget that. Okay,
Can't talk about it.
revisions to the agenda setting policy. So what you see are revisions, and what I was trying to do was make sure that every trustee has an opportunity to put what they want on the agenda. At the same time, you might have one trustee that wants 20 items, and that might cause all the other trustees to feel like that's too much. So I tried to say we will add items so that each trustee gets an item, because I don't want one person to overtake the agenda, but that's kind of what you see if you guys read it. The other thing in there is, like, if somebody puts something on the agenda, it shouldn't be that the other trustees could force never to have a conversation on that. So I was trying to protect one trustee who wants something, that you would have a conversation. Is there anything else in there that's protected? I was trying to protect management of time, that our goal is to get everybody out of here by 10 o'clock. And so that was a part of it. I will not talk anymore unless people have questions. Go ahead.
I have a lot.
Sure,
Sorry.
sure.
But, so, okay. I don't disagree with the outcomes you're trying to solve for, which is like having equity for trustees to get things on the agenda, time, whatever. I think there are some things here just to call out, to consider, and maybe it's more in so I believe in the ends of just the means to get there. That's kind of what I wanted to talk about. So I also think this is an opportunity to add in a couple of things, big picture, that we want to do with agendas. Okay, so thing number one, for example, I think we should have in our policy that we should have our attorney review an agenda before it goes live. Like, maybe we do that already, but if we're going to be re-looking at this agenda setting policy, I think our village attorney should make sure everything on there is legal. Okay. So I also think that when trustees are looking at putting something on the agenda, I think that we should, before it even reaches the agenda, they should be asking themselves a couple of questions. Like, number one, should this be referred to a committee first and foremost? Number two, is there another way to get the answer that I need, i.e. a one-on-one meeting or something like that? A couple of other things. So in the equity of submissions for trustees, okay, I think the way that I read it at least was, let's say I have an idea of something I want to be on an agenda, and I send that into OneDrive, which I want to talk about OneDrive too. Then later on, I have a second thing. But that second thing is more important than the first thing. The way it read to me was, you're gonna go around and get the first thing from everyone, and then you get to seconds of everyone. But I should be able to internally like prioritize, like if I'm gonna get one thing on the agenda, I don't necessarily want it to just be the first thing that I think of in any given month, if that makes sense.
But I think that's in there.
It is.
Dealt with.
That if that, okay, so let's say you had 3 items.
Yeah,
And we realize that there's not enough space. I'm
Yeah.
gonna say, Kate, pick 2. Which of the 2 do you want?
okay. Okay,
Did I not
I maybe I missed that then, that there was a moment that to kind of, I could internally prioritize that. I guess I missed that, but
Yeah, but it's
Okay,
in
no.
determining which items to defer. Submissions will be prioritized in rounds. First item by each trustee taking priority as the
Okay, a trustee whose submission is subject to deferral shall be notified promptly and given a reasonable opportunity to designate which of their submitted items they wish to defer.
That's exactly what Kate said.
okay, okay,
So you'll be given a choice.
to defer
Yeah.
which one. Okay, I just want to make sure that like you have the opportunity to do that. So the other thing is on page 104, I didn't know what this meant, kind of, there's a big paragraph under meeting agenda approval and conduct. So I think this is what you were just speaking to for a second, but like, let's say a trustee in compliance of the deadline gets something on, but the board may therefore vote not to act on the item referred. I think you're trying to safeguard other 2 trustees or something, blocking something from not being able to ever get discussed.
Yeah, so
How is that gonna work in practicality when we do an agenda approval? And like, let's say tonight I wanted to strike this from the agenda. Are you saying I wouldn't have been able to strike H?
like, yeah, let's say I want to talk about speed humps
Mhm.
and nobody here wants to talk about it.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be fair if every time one trustee wants to put it on the agenda, 3 trustees block that from ever having a discussion. So I think what I'm trying to say is you have, the trustee who put it on the agenda has to be able to have it there. And when we get to discussion on it, the board can vote to not act, the board can vote to not do anything. But you shouldn't be able to block a trustee from wanting to talk about something. Go ahead.
So just along those lines,
Yeah.
so we're not suspending Robert's Rules of Order, right, in the sense that Kate wants to bring something to the agenda. We want the board to block that, so she now can introduce the issue. But the board, as a member of the board, within 1 minute of her discussion, make a motion to table it
That's right.
or to move on. So I'm just saying those rules still operate. So it's not guaranteeing you
Yeah.
any amount of time. It's allowing you to introduce the subject, but it could be 30 seconds, could be 1 minute.
That's fair. That's actually right.
Okay,
That's right.
I just want to make sure that, because otherwise I think the body loses control,
Right, and
which
so,
is what we can't have.
so are we saying then at the beginning of when we approve the agenda of every meeting going forward, we would never be able to remove something from the agenda?
I guess like, let's say you really want to talk about something. You could, if everybody wants to remove it and you want to remove it, you could table it. But what about if you want something on the agenda and the trustees don't want you to have that? That just doesn't seem fair to you.
I don't know. That seems, I'm just clarifying, I guess, because that I think is a big change from how we've operated in the past. Like to not be able to remove, when we go to the agenda approval item, on number 4 tonight. My understanding is that any, like I could have made a motion tonight, if it was seconded, we could remove something.
Yeah, but like,
Like, the problem we're missing is, in past boards, Shabnam has tried to bring things to the board and they shut her down. She never got it there. I happen to think this was a pretty good idea myself, saying that we should be able to force something on. That now, to Mark's point, once it's said, now it's said, then the board can shut it down by Robert Rules of Order, but at least it got said in a public setting.
not really, I agree, Rocky. I'm not actually thinking about myself. I'm just thinking for future boards.
Well, I
Was it
used to
Bill
use an
Bolger
example.
who cited or Brian, like when Bill was here and he's saying that the trustee is the elected official has a right to put something on the agenda. You have to honor that.
Sure, but the board has the right to remove it, I think.
Exactly.
So I think it's, so villagers would know, they'll see Kate Oldwick had X thing, it was on the agenda, but in minute one, it could be removed. And then I think it's up to that individual trustee to whip up support. If that issue is really important, like put pressure on the board, turn residents out, like make it a thing. I don't know. Or we're just saying we can have a whole long list of, I don't know. I think it's a slippery slope to change that.
I will say, I think Mark though does address it. Like, let's say I really want to talk about these speed bumps. As soon as it's on and we talk about it, you can make a motion, say, I want to table it. There'll be a second and it's gonna go. You still have that authority.
That just seems like theater a little bit to me. I don't know. I just think like, we can discuss that in a second. I have a couple other things.
Sure.
So,
Next one.
the other thing is, it wasn't clear to me, so it looks like we're moving the submission deadline from like a noon to a 5 PM. The week before, so I just wanted to call that out. And also, it wasn't clear to me, because this has come up in the past, is a submission literally the title of the agenda? Or does it also include supporting materials? Because that has been a point of contention in the past. So I think we need to really be clear about when we put something in OneDrive, which I know you're solving for ease with OneDrive. I don't necessarily know if that's going to be easier. I think for many people, a quick email with a timestamp and supporting documentation, to be honest, I think solves for that. So what I would be interested in, honestly, is a Google Doc that is, this is probably a violation of something, a Google Doc that is locked that I can't edit, but Brian can edit, and maybe the president. And so in real time, I could at any moment look at it and see what's already on an agenda that's getting built.
That's what OneDrive is. That's exactly what that is.
I thought OneDrive was where you're submitting documents.
Well,
the
it's a
timestamp.
file folder, just like that would be, right, where everybody submits what they're.
Yeah, but it's not like I want like this as a work in progress.
It's,
Yeah, like tonight or, tomorrow, if Brian starts the one for July, right? Then we can start to see how it's building. So then I can also have awareness of like what my colleagues are putting on it already, So cool. Anyway, so cool. Okay, but and it says pilot on here, but what does that mean? If we adopt this tonight, are we completely replacing the old? Is this an addendum to the old one? What is now the source of truth? That's another question I had. And last thing, I also think if we're updating the agenda itself, well, I don't know. I guess we're not updating the actual agenda. I think we should strike the future agenda items thing because I just think it's odd to have on there.
Can I add, let me respond to a couple of
Okay,
comments.
do you mind if I do? Actually, I floated out no like a jerk, but I want to, but I want to, the reason is really important because it's essential to why I originally drafted the part of this that I did. So I think that a lot of the contention that has happened in the village between staff and the trustees has been the fact that there was the attempt to control what went into the agenda because it needed to go to approval for an attorney. So it needed to be this, that, or the other, right? The reality is, according to Wisconsin law, if we want to put together something that says pigs can fly, the voters who ultimately hold us responsible for what we put in the submission, it might need to go to legal review afterwards, but not for discussion in advance. We can discuss doing all kinds of things that are illegal and even pass them. People will later challenge them in court. But we shouldn't be paying an attorney to weigh in on it because that becomes a tactic of delay for us putting agenda items on there. It puts the staff in the position of policing what we're submitting to be on the agenda. And I think the agenda setting policy should be that we put whatever we want out there for discussion. We may vote as a body to send it to the attorney as part of the result. But to have that be part of something that's an assessment by someone else, as even before it was on the policy, it's not legal according to Wisconsin law. One, you can put whatever we want on there. Two, it creates this position where they're in a position of policing what we're doing, which creates conflict between us that we don't need to have. And I saw that in the way that original one that John had was, because it had editorial control, whether it went on the agenda at all. And then sometimes you could just send it for attorney review. There's a million, it could be sent to, say, does this go to committee first? As a body, we can say that's got to go to committee as a result, right? but not in advance. In advance, someone else is making that determination for us, and as elected officials, that can't happen according to Wisconsin.
I think, I'll be really quick and then I want to go to Carol. This policy muzzles the trustees, the current policy. Like 8 years ago, you had to get the president to approve. And then the three of us trustees with Aaron and Kara tried to get in a policy that we could have a right to put something on the agenda. And then this came out to have control and limitations on what you could put on the agenda. Like, I think that's what has, and what we're trying to do is give the trustees more authority to fulfill the roles that you're supposed to fulfill and not have staff or anybody else prevent you from putting something on the agenda. But that's been my experience for 5 years. What else? Let me go to Carol.
Thank you. I think there are a lot of good ideas in here, and I think to address the attorney thing really quick, I mean, I believe that almost always when we have to consult an attorney, it's about closed session. And that's actually already called out in here, this distinct thing. So I don't think that having required or default review by an attorney is needed. It's already taken care of pretty much in the closed session part. It's expensive, yeah. Couple of other thoughts. The current policy has the role of the administrator in adding administrative agenda items, which obviously they need to do. How else would we have approved the sewerage compliance maintenance annual report, blah, blah, blah. So I think that language from the current policy should make it into the new one. I'm also wondering about the role of the president here, because with a very specific policy like you're getting with the rounds of agenda items and good faith estimate of timing, we can do that. I don't see a role for the president in shepherding the agenda. The administrator should be able to just do it.
It's the presiding officer's responsibility to set the agenda.
It's the presiding officer's responsibility to run the meeting.
No, it's the presiding officer's responsibility to set the agenda legally.
In the village or
by statute.
We were trying to take that away from John. We were saying that he's responsible for presiding at the meeting, running the jail, maintaining peace and order, and that's it. It does not.
What we're taking away from John is John was silencing other trustees and taking things off. That was a problem with John. That's not true, Carol, what you just said. The problem is trustees are being shut down by John and previous presidents. That's what's got to end. And I think this kind of does it.
I do want to add a couple of things. Let me add a couple of things because
I was officially cut off there in that sentence, so I wouldn't mind finishing.
Go ahead, Karen.
Yeah. So to take the president out of it is to accomplish exactly what Rocky wants. Get the president out of the agenda setting. Let there be a specific algorithm for setting the agenda. Let the administrator do it. Because what is the president doing setting the agenda anyway? What value is being added? What is the purpose of it?
Sure. So I think it's the same thing as the committee chairs would set the agenda for the committees. I put in here that this policy, I think to a degree was to give the presiding officer authority to not have to put something on the agenda. What I did this last week is everything that came in after the 12 p.m. deadline, I included it. I want to, if there was a wood chipper that broke down over the weekend, I don't want Brian in a situation to be like, nope, it's the policy and I can't add it. I want to the maximum ability possible, support every trustee's initiative. That's what I want. So go ahead.
Yeah, well, we also have to think about the staff.
Which
I
is
mean-
why I spent 9 hours putting the entire packet together myself, with the exception of 2 things that came in at the end. Because I wanted to make sure that it was ordered, numbered properly, efficiently, and there were a couple items added to the end, but most of it I'm doing myself.
So,
And then I was also calling trustees to make sure, is this what you wanted? This is a nice policy. I went and I checked the Public Health and Safety Committee. This has got to go to them first. I would check in with every trustee to make sure that what is in the packet is actually what they wanted.
so is there a deadline?
The deadline is for submission would mean you get what you submitted. It has to go on. But over the weekend, if we're only meeting once a month and there's a wood chipper that fell apart, I think it's my responsibility to shove it into the agenda and about use discretion to help everybody get what they want in there. Maybe you submit something by the deadline. Maybe it's got some missing items. I want to be able to call you and say, this doesn't read well. Do you want to fix it? Does that make sense? Like Brian had submitted his agenda in email format. And I took it out of the email format. I put it in a Word document to make sure it is. I want to be able to work with every trustee to make sure nothing's missing. So it is a lot harder. It is much more difficult to do it that Friday because like I wanted to add page numbers, but then I didn't have the facility stuff. And if I was gonna get the facility stuff later, I couldn't put the page numbers in. It does cause trouble, but I'm trying to accommodate everybody.
So this means that the staff will always be playing, it will always be an emergency at the end to get it publicly posted, to get everything up and nixled and, to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to read the materials. I mean, so that's what the deadline is for, to make sure that all those functions can proceed in an orderly way and the staff isn't just waiting until the bitter end to just,
What the staff did is they just uploaded it because I put the packet together. I admit it took over 9 hours, but I did it. I want to do it for the purpose of making sure nothing is missed and the order is not wrong. I want to be able to call somebody and say, it shouldn't be on the agenda. Are you sure you really want it? I don't know. But go ahead.
In the current staffing situation, it's super amazing that you put 9 hours of time into doing it. But I'm wondering in a full staffing situation, if a lot of what you were doing would be Brian's responsibilities in collecting the requests from trustees, putting together the packet, meeting with you, saying, here's where we are. I think we're over on time. Do you think we need to cut anything out? And so, the policy, I think, should reflect a full staff situation.
I want to add something though. I've always wondered, is the administrator a trustee without a vote? If Brian can put anything he wants on the agenda, he's a trustee without a vote. The administrator doesn't get to put anything they want on the agenda. Sharon put anything she wanted on the
They're not allowed to
agenda.
put anything on the
That's not what I'm
agenda.
saying. I'm saying collect the request.
Sure. Right. I guess I brought up a
Including
separate
zone.
issue. But the administrator, I don't think should get to put anything they want on the agenda. I don't agree with
I
that.
don't think they are allowed by statute to put anything on the agenda, with the exception of the items that we ask them to. For example, if we ask for the inclusion of the police report, the budget, the invoices, for example, those get included. Other than that, Brian would need to ask one of us to put something on the agenda for discussion. So that I've been onto the discussion is the way I think that.
In consultation, village president.
Okay, well, that's fine. That makes sense. That's the same thing.
Yeah.
Right, because, right. Well, so Brian wanted it and I was okay with it and I added it and it was okay. But if Brian wants to add something, he can't just add anything he wants. Go ahead.
Noting that the time is almost 10 o'clock, we still have a number of items on the agenda.
Sure.
It's pretty clear from the discussion that a number of trustees have concerns I think we should just bring this to the next meeting of the board and encourage members to do a markup. To be, yeah, and put that in a packet so that we can all see what the proposed changes are.
I want
Because we're not gonna resolve it tonight.
to see if we could do this. I want to see if we could approve it and if it doesn't work in a month and it's causing headache, we're gonna fix it. This is one of those where it's not a one-way door. You built a building and you can't take it back. This is something you could say, it's a terrible policy. I want to fix it tomorrow. I think it's gonna work.
Actually,
I'm sorry, I wouldn't support that tonight. To me, honestly, the system that we have right now, especially given staff and like, it's not that hard for me to send an email and blind carbon copy the board to submit, and we have a 12 PM deadline. I am not feeling personally any pain on our agenda setting. Like personally, as a trustee right now, I have always felt like I could get something on the agenda. I feel like I can call either one of you and advocate for it if I needed to. So for me, I would rather wait to adopt a full policy that we are all aligned in. And to be clear, I am not against the outcomes you're trying to achieve with this, like equity or time constraints, whatever. I think we really need to work on the how piece because I don't feel comfortable approving this policy tonight.
Okay.
I have a question. Did we not strike the old one already in the consent
No,
agenda?
that was the.
No, that was a template that you had to follow.
Oh, yeah,
the
so
format.
here's the thing, between John's existing policy and this one, it's this one all day. I would say that I would be more than willing to entertain any revisions that anyone has to this one in subsequent meeting to make it better. But the one that we have is nutters. I mean, go ahead, if you read it, it completely allows, I mean, I don't think that John number do this, but it completely allows the president or Brian to just block based on any possible reason that they've. They can send it to review, they can send it back to commission, they do all, they did not entertain it. We can vote to table it for a year, which is illegal. The existing policy is filled with things that are anathema to Wisconsin law.
I agree with that. A year is too
I
long.
happen to agree with Brian. It's just a policy. Get rid of John's crap and let's move forward. And then we can add a few things. And it's not an ordinance. It's a policy. And this policy has its issues. I happen to agree with Kate on several of the points she made, to be honest with you, but it's a lot better than John's. And so far, we're all getting along. So my guess, since we're all getting along, that we'll get by these problems that Kate has. For instance, I sent emails to Brian and they got on there because I wasn't sure how to use the OneDrive. And these are things, but this policy is head and shoulders above John's. And it's just a policy, not an ordinance.
And the reason for OneDrive, just for the record, is that eventually we could get to a rolling one where we all just have that in there and their agenda just rolls forward. So not included, it's already submitted, it's in that place, it's able to be read in advance.
I'm gonna make a comment on that. I felt bad that there was a committee application packet, 150 pages, but then I consolidated 40, and then there was something missing. And I was like, man, I'm filling up everybody's inboxes when if I would have just sent a link, I could fix the errors without everybody being like, well, which version of the 7 emails is the right one? So I was trying to solve for that. If people still want to email, that's fine, but I'm trying to not clutter and make that access easier. There's an error. Let me just fix the link.
All I would like is to be able to see a document. I don't know if it was Carol or Kate that said it. I like to see a document being generated. You don't have to send me stuff, but if I can just go look wherever that Google thing was or wherever you're doing it, then I can just see it. That'd be fine rather than flagging stuff back all the time.
Yeah, I agree with what Rocky said, but maybe I agree with the opposite outcome, which is we are all getting along. While I don't like John's policy, maybe I shouldn't call it John's policy, the existing policy, I don't think it's creating a problem for this board at this moment. So I would prefer that we wait a month and have a conversation about what we want the policy to look like. Because adopting a policy that we don't all agree on all the points for 1 month seems perhaps see from a procedural standpoint.
Is
To
there,
adopt the new.
is there anything specific that you want strike where we could just do that?
I'd rather just wait. And.
Because I guess I was hoping that we could have the revisions or the changes. Like, what is it that we don't like? I'll fix it. Let me just fix it so we can move on.
I mean, the guy from the league said, slow down. And, you know, we can all take it home, mark it up, not take time in the meeting and give our revisions and have them merged and then approve something that we've had a little more time to mull over and proper time on our own to wordsmithing in a board meeting is just death.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion.
Sure.
To table this till the July meeting.
Sure. Okay.
So if there's a second, we can vote on it. If it passes, move on. If it doesn't, whatever.
Okay. Motion is made to table it by Mark, seconded by Kate Elswick. All in favor,
Just
say
call
aye.
the vote. Aye.
Okay, the motion carries 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5-0, 5-2. Everyone's agreeing, 5-2, that's fine. Okay,
Our current policy is
I
not
want-
legal. I just want to point out our current policy is
I
actually
agree with you. I agree
it's
with you.
ridiculous.
The only thing is, whoever is doing that has to do that work. I'm not doing the work because I already did the policy. I'm expecting that the trustees who want revisions will submit revisions. Is that fair?
It's reasonable.
Okay. Hiring freeze. Does anybody need a 5-minute break? You guys want to take a 5-minute stretch? Okay.
If I take a 5-minute stretch, I'm not coming back.
Anyway, all right.
Be real candid about that.
There is a hiring freeze. Let's go.
All right.
Brian.
Maybe this one will find more receptive voices than the last one. So while I openly acknowledge that we definitely have an open position for the finance director, the clerk, and the 3 positions that we approved last time for the temporary, those are separate from this. Those are already approved. Here's what we know. Looking at the fiscal numbers that we saw in March, we saw that we had already spent almost all of our planning dollars with Vanderbilt, with stuff that we didn't approve as a group that John and apparently get against. Approved to go through to have conversations with Vlad and others, right? We know that for the attorneys, right, even before March, before the John removal attorney fees, we're already at our attorneys. We already spent our annual budget for our attorneys. We're at $47,000 of accident, right? So that money is also gone. Our whole budget money there is spent. And then, I believe, and if we look at, then we also approved temporary bonuses and retention bonuses. We're not exactly as hoped, right? But we approved that money and spent it. So our overall budget, an operating budget, we know that we already are operating at a deficit where we're spending out of our strategic reserves, right? And we are forecasting how we can get to that point currently, which I don't know if we know when that is going to be able to figure out when exactly that money runs dry and how we can not run to the point we're going to need to go to rough. Thank you. A referendum. We right now don't know how much money we have spent or are spending. We just don't know. We have no idea where we are in our budget. If I look at my operational budget in my house and I all of a sudden have no idea whether I'm severely in the red or if I'm in the black, the thing that I do is I stop spending money. If there's a place to save money that comes up in the meantime, I like a repair that needs to get done. That's the time when one defers it. Right now, we just don't know. We have no idea whether or not we're ahead or behind. I have a suspicion, based on the few data points that I know and the elective spending that's gone on, that we're behind. I don't think that we're going to be running ahead of schedule. Granted, we have had some savings in some staff positions that have opened up. That might be the reason why we're not severely in the red, right? But we have no idea because we have no idea, I submit that two things need to be changed. One is I think that if another position opens up because of attrition of any kind, right? I just want to make sure that we're not automatically replacing that position. So it's something that every company I've ever worked for has done in a position like this. It's something that I would do in my own house with credit card spending or something along those lines, right? You don't add expenses if you don't know what your expenses are. One. Two, we know that the elective spending that's going on, just sending stuff like to attorneys to review, because we weren't sure what to do, because we weren't sure what to do with things, has resulted in a $47,000 legal fee that all of our budget money that we've done for legal was spent by March. All of it. And all but $2,000 of it for planning, despite the fact that we never went and did it for planning. We never authorized that money to be used for planning as during that time. That money was just discretionarily added. Brian's reasoning for the time was, we don't have the staff to be able to do it. I kind of view our consultants as our staff. And if I need to have something done like that, because I don't have somebody to do it, I just have them do it, right? But that's not how that's technically supposed to work, right? We're supposed to, those kind of $6,000, $5,000 here, numbers for those kinds of expenses are ones that are supposed to come back to us to approve. So we don't wind up spending that whole planning budget in advance for reasons that we didn't think that we were. So what I'm asking us to do right here is do the fiscally responsible thing and agree that we're not going to, unless we as a board agree to spend a good chunk of money, reduce, and we can figure out what we think that number needs to be. Clearly, Brian needs to have some kind of discretionary budget, but it shouldn't be for planning, consultants, attorneys, unless it's necessary, with some kind of oversight from us. Because those numbers have been smashed. At the same time, I suspect we're going to need savings that are going to come from attrition. And I believe that we're going to find savings from attrition with things like using AI to take notes, not having to have people work overtime hours to be able to do. We're going to find that we're in a better position as we move forward through modernizing processes so that we're not just throwing man hours at it. But until we know, I don't think the right thing to do is to assume that our existing staff levels are the right level that necessarily need to be maintained until such time as we know how much money we have and where we spend.
Discussion. I have a point of clarification. In the memo, it says under the temporary hiring freeze that your only exemption is for finance director. It sounds like you now are thinking.
Yes, so in my apologies for that, you're totally right. I'll need to amend that as part of the motion because at the time of when I wrote this, we had Taylor and there was no request for additional hours that we approved last time. And by the way, I'm for having spent that, having that come to us, knowing where we were because we need to get the records request done. I just want, if we're going to do it as a body, I want to make sure that we're doing it instead of we're just adding, so that it's controlled. I feel like right now it's Wild West. I have no idea where we are financially. And the few things I do know of, we're wildly out of whack with. And to be fair, Brian, those aren't your fault. The lawyer fees and stuff, it was wild. It was a wild time. So like I imagine how fast they got racked up. But yet at the same time, that is where we are. In every company I ever worked for, you're in this position, you put in controls. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
For clarification, for the limit, your third proposed action.
Mhm.
The suggestion is to direct staff to evaluate how to reduce discretionary spending. I guess.
Oh, yeah, it's just, that's
say like
fair.
specifically what you're hoping to.
No. So I think what we should do is we should put a lower cap. I think Brian currently has a $6,000 cap. Problem is that he's been spending, like, for example, if we're talking about Sweetbriar, Vanderwall was brought in to weigh in on, for example, on that kind of a thing, right? And then that money is just spent. Well, technically speaking, that's not how our money's supposed to get spent because that's project related and thus assigned. That should have come to us before it did, but it's under a discretionary cap. But those types of uses have resulted in all of that money that's in our budget being spent. So I believe what we need to do, and by the way, it's entirely possible that next month or the month after, when we have all these numbers, we'll see where we are, we're in a different place, and we don't need to have done this. And then, great, well, but at least we were careful. Because right now, we're running full speed, as far as I'm concerned, into the red. And if you look at, there's discussions about how to spend our, we're looking at how to spend money that we don't have. And how to divide money that we do, and where in different projects that are going to into our savings and justifying expenses against them in various groups inside a committee here. When none of them should be looking at that as part of their decision-making tree at all. As of right now, everybody should assume that our operational budget is out of money until such time as we're budgeted in a place where we're not.
I'm gonna ask every trustee to have one round to have a say, and then we're gonna move forward. So every trustee, Kate, go for it.
I agree with that we don't have year-to-date numbers. For the reason that we don't have record. I don't think that it is known that we are behind, that we're spending ahead of budget. We have a data point that is less than 2% of our operating budget. And is impacted by the fact that using consultants is impacted by the fact that we're short-staffed. So I don't think it's a good indicator of spending overall, because it is the thing that we would spend more on by being short on staff. So I would suggest, my opinion is that I like your fiscal responsibility, but until we have better data, I wouldn't support these actions.
Next trustee. Mark.
I also would not support this. Partially for reasons that Kate articulated, that we don't know. I would concede that we don't know where we are today. And while you believe we're running a deficit, I don't know that. And the reasons, and there are some savings that are occurring. We don't have a financial director, treasurer now. We don't have a clerk. So there are some, you can mention a number of areas where perhaps we're spending in excess of the budget or in excess of what we seasonally adjusted budget, but we don't know it for a fact. So why don't we know it for a fact? In my mind, the most pressing problem that the village faces right now is the staffing deficit. To me, that is the most critical issue, because we don't have the information that we need to have. And the reason for that is because we don't have the staff to produce it. So what we need to do at this point, I think, is number one is hire that staff, get them back. And I'm very concerned that a freeze, if we put a freeze in place, think about the psychology of it. Think about the existing staff, somebody like Aileen or another member of the staff. We now put a freeze in place and they're thinking in their mind, oh my God, if somebody leaves, who's going to do that work? Who's going to pick up the burden? It's going to fall on me, who's already doing more than my job to try to keep this place afloat. So I think it really runs counter to what I see as the most critical issue, which is retention and recruitment. And until such time as we know more precisely exactly what our situation is with respect to the budget, I just don't think across the board action that might backfire on us in terms of employee morale and recruitment is the right thing to do.
How many months?
Okay, hold on. Let me go to the next person. What Mark has done. Carol, Kate, or Rocky, thoughts?
I can say this. In watching Brian and how you and Brian seem to work together, I probably don't agree with everything, but I trust that you're doing the right thing. So to me, at this point, I think it's just one more burden. If there's evidence that you guys are doing the wrong thing, like all of a sudden, if there's evidence that Mark was, for instance, we don't know who told Mark to call Vanderwall back then. We don't know why those decisions were made. right now I seem to have confidence in how the president and the administrator are working together and keeping us informed, that I think this is just an extra level of burden that we don't need at this point. But certainly, if there's evidence that we need it, I would change my mind and go with Brian. I just don't see the evidence at this point that we need this extra layer of I don't know what you call it, rules or something. That's all I got.
Carol. Yeah, I agree with Kate and Rocky and Mark. All those things, especially since this is a small piece of the budget. 1% for planning and 1% for legal. I mean, it's not gonna save us, and it may have the chilling effects that we don't want.
Kate Elswick? I have nothing to add, but I concur. Okay. I'll add my 2 cents. Just to clarify, I think the police department is fully staffed. I think DPW is fully staffed. I think that Forester is fully staffed. It's really the village admin team that is not fully staffed. And we do need a clerk and we do need a director. And we have approved 2 LTE positions. So if those are not included, this really doesn't apply to anybody because there's no other position to fill. And so I think it's whether it passes or not, it doesn't have an effect because we just approved those 2 positions and we agreed you need a director, finance director, and clerk. Regarding discretionary spending, we talk about Maple Bluff having their police chief also act as their administrator. I am more than happy to offer my legal skills for free to help cut some of the costs on legal. Like I believe that I am on the power list by the Wisconsin State Tribunal. And that was one not by votes, but like actually earned. That's just something small, but I think sounds like this is not going to pass if I read the room properly.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Can I add one thing, please?
Sure.
Sorry. A while ago, Marilyn Townsend said she would take care of the ORRs. Now, this is a lady who probably knows more than anybody in the place about that whole system. It was a village resident. I'm concerned when village residents offer to do some of this, that they're immediately dismissed saying they don't have the proper training. In that particular case, if anybody could do it, it would be her for the freedom. I call them the freedom of information, but you guys call them ORRs, open records requests. So I would ask that's one thing I think would help that with the staffing thing is we have residents who have a lot of expertise in certain areas. And somehow I think Brian's got to be open to using those people. And maybe he's got to figure out how to use those people. Maybe it's just Maryland needs to know how to open up a system. I don't know. But it seems to me there are situations like that could save a lot of money, to Brian's point. Brian Uchik's point is we're not using our village residents, I think, to the full extent. Thank you.
If Marilyn's willing to work for free, she should work for free. If you have to pay her $7 an hour to have her work for cheap, no benefits, worth it. But okay, let's move on. All right. So next item, 8J, discussion possible action, first reading and only first reading of the revisions to chapter 1 and 2 of the ordinances, which consolidates the services committee with the public works committee. It starts the committee terms as of July 1st instead of April or May. It would allow non-trustees to serve as committee chairs. It's like optional, and it modernizes the public notice by replacing physical notice with the online notice. We did not work together, the 3 trustees listed, but this is a consolidation of everybody's ideas. Is there a motion to waive the first reading of ordinance L-2026-02?
I don't think we waive. I think you have the first and second reading at the same time. Isn't that how Roberts works?
So one of my neighbors did not want 2 readings waived at one meeting. She wants all 3 to go at three different months to give the public more opportunity to chime in. Nothing is in here that's going to have such a big effect. We can do this over 3 meetings.
Well,
you know.
I did have something I wanted to ask about the ordinance change, and I'm guilty of the one that drove it. Until when I was doing all this building stuff, I didn't realize that everything's broken. I mean, literally, I could go on and on about what's broken in our structures. And it occurred to me, we have no preventive maintenance program going anymore and hasn't been running for a long time. And then I remembered that is what services did, and that's what stopped being done around 2012. And that's why I'm starting to wonder, because I told Shop now, yeah, get rid of services. They approve a few trucks and we don't buy that many trucks anymore. Why do we need them? But actually, what services did is they worked on preventive maintenance on all our buildings and capital items. And that is different than roads. It's a different skill set. And it really hit me like a wet towel when crazy Charlie Fields came up on the fire thing and pulled out a frickin' tape measure. And all of a sudden it just came rushing back to me what services used to do. That was like our engineering department. Bigger towns have an engineering department. We don't. So services was kind of the engineering department. Very boring, kind of dry. They watch to make sure things are done at a certain time of schedule. They actually had calendars back then to know, like, for instance, the roofs got inspected every 2 years. That's what services made sure happen. And if you go up on the roof right now, you're going to find trees growing out of the vents and beer bottles broken up there and lakes on top of DPW. I mean, I could talk about all kinds of things that are broken. To me, that's what services did. So I think the problem we have is the definition of services was lost. It was lost to me. However, though, if we bring back the definition of services as our preventive maintenance team, our engineering team for our capital assets, that's different than roads and sewers and stuff like that. It's different people. And so I'm starting to wonder. I think I gave bad advice when I agreed to shop now saying, yeah, get rid of it. I think I was wrong. And it hit me, like I say, like a wet towel going over all this building stuff and realizing there's no preventive maintenance at all. This village has been running you can see it because everything's broken. What it is, we've been running for a long time is we don't fix it till it's broken, then we fix it. We don't plan ahead. There's no schedules. When I go to ask the crew, well, when do you do this? Let me see your calendar. They don't have calendars. And at first I got kind of angry they didn't have calendars, but then all of a sudden I realized they don't have calendars because that's what services did. They made sure they were always there. I bet you could sit down with Charlie Fields and Bill Meal and the other guys, and they could probably tell you all the stuff they used to track that's not being tracked anymore. I mean, it's just janitorial services. Every one of our bathrooms is trashed, absolutely trashed, because they're not maintained. So I agree with all the changes you got there, Shab now, but I'm starting to wonder about services.
Okay.
That's all.
I think, yeah, on the services, so as the last chair before you now, Rocky, on services, I did sit down with Charlie and a handful of the other longtime people on that committee. And I think maybe we want to separate one thought for tonight, it's getting late, is to separate the sort of dissolution of, did I say that right, of services? Consolidation of services as a side thing potentially that we might want to discuss and look at approving the other things on here. Because I have a lot of thoughts on services and I think it could work under public works, but it also could stay alone as its own thing, but it really needs to have a true mandate and it's very tricky, I think, to find the residents that in the modern now Shorewood, because most of the people on services, Rocky, are, they've been serving for maybe even decades on the committee,
They're old.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so there is a thing here that something that once worked maybe 20 years ago, it might not work that way. And so I think we need to meet the village where it's at now. And I do think that previous administrators had pulled away a lot of that, brought it internal, like in-house to like village, staff. And so that was a decision. We can remake that decision, but we may just want to table that bigger discussion for another.
I'd agree with that because my mind, I'm a little mixed up, but I think we should table it. I agree with everything else that you do in the ordinances. Just that one thing, I think we have to talk about it.
We could do that. I want to propose an alternative too. The alternative, because I'm looking at page 119 of the packet, where the words for services that have been moved into public works is refuse collection, recycling, village buildings and facilities.
I saw that, but it's really a different mindset. That's the,
So what if we
that's the
did this? Here's what I'm proposing. If you let this go through as it is, and then you guys have all the time that you need to come up with a new idea of what services is and what it could cover and what it could entail. I think in the moment, the committee has no direction. It doesn't really have a purpose. I chaired services and it was hard because what am I doing here? I thought weekly recycling would get done, but other than that, I know nothing about equipment. And a lot of us didn't. We could push this there and come up with a new, spend time figuring out what services could be in the modern era. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, so part of this conversation, I think we ought to think about how we're going to manage this facilities renovation that we talked about. Okay. It's going to be a big project. It's going to be a multi-year project, in my opinion, when it's fully implemented. Is the board going to be directly, is the contractor, is the staff going to be directly accountable to the board and the board takes responsibility for overseeing that whole project directly? Or is the board going to delegate that function to an existing committee or an ad hoc committee to lead that effort? And it may be that what makes sense as I think about it a little bit, maybe I need to think some more, but maybe what we need is an ad hoc committee to manage that project and report to the board, but the board is not there day to day to deal with it. We're focused elsewhere. And if we do something like that, just a minute, Rocky, let me, Rocky, I have the floor, thank you. So if we do something like that, then we need to think through what that committee would be. And potentially, you could take some of the services committee and say, we're going to get rid of services. We're going to take the existing function of services and put it into public works. But we're going to create an ad hoc committee to oversee this facility project. And maybe some of those people that volunteer and currently serve on that committee might be the kind of people that we need on the ad hoc committee. So it's just a possibility.
Okay. Sure.
I think Mark's right.
Rocky, this is your, take the floor. We're going to try to wrap it up.
I just said, I think Mark's right.
Okay.
That's the
Mark's
problem
right.
I'm having, is we need a group of people to watch this facilities things that has a different skill set than public works. And an ad hoc to watch these facilities, I think would probably do very well. Mark's right about that, I think.
Is there any other public comment, or not public comment, just does anybody else have anything to say? Is there anything about this that is controversial? Move the dates. They're very basic changes.
I thought there was a really smart lady earlier in the front row who made some comments. She left early. What? And I don't know where they go in here, but Sam mentioned that there's maybe a lack of clarity around virtual access for the public to committee meetings.
Sure.
And if clarification needs to be made in here. And again, I can't figure out exactly where that goes. That would be something I would suggest we consider, because that would be consistent with our practice right now, is that there is virtual access to committee meetings for the public and not just the committee members.
Okay. I admit that I am not entirely with extreme certainty, confidence. Like, we didn't have it properly posted the last time this was here, so I waited for that ordinance to go through. Then I took these 4 items, I made sure that they were properly noticed on the agenda. I can do that, which is a different section of the.
Which is edited here, yeah.
But it might need to have its own ordinance with a bunch of other changes.
It will need to, otherwise it's going to hold everything.
It's only on this because you have to provide the ordinance.
whole thing.
The
Okay,
red
I
is
see.
only what's being on the agenda. It's
Okay.
only what's red.
Okay, something to consider.
But yeah, after this one, there'll be another one. Is
Okay, got it.
that fair? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It has to be properly noticed.
Yes, got it.
Noted.
So I move that we approve it as written.
So what you're approving is a motion to
Yeah,
waive
yes.
the first reading of ordinance L 2026 02. You want me to add more to that?
I'm confused because I seem to remember we just had the first and second reading. We didn't waive anything. We just had the first and second reading. What am I missing here? Why are we waiving?
The reason you have to write waive is because otherwise I have to read the
Read the
whole
whole thing.
ordinance.
Yeah.
You have to, that's just
Like
why.
literal reading.
Yeah, I'd have to read 5 pages.
Well,
make her do it.
Yeah, we have the power, trustees.
All right, well,
All right.
whatever you gotta do.
Okay, and then I'm just gonna, just to read it in, we're waiving the first reading of revisions to chapter 1 and 2 of the village ordinances related to 1, consolidation of the services committee with public works, 2, commence committee terms as of July 1st, 3, allow non-trustees to serve as committee chairs, 4, modernize public notice by replacing physical notices with online notices. Is there a second?
Okay, so that,
Okay, second by Uchik, discussion.
Yeah, just one thing in the resolution itself, you get to the whereas clause that's talking about this digital communication and public access. It says we're replacing physical notice requirements with online notices. That's not strictly true. We're replacing most, but we're still preserving posting at Village Hall. So the residents that rely on that physical document as opposed to digital. So just a modest little word change to just insert the word most. What we're talking about, so it reads now, the village board has determined that replacing most physical notice requirements, not all, which is the way it's
Right,
interpreted now.
legally, you have to have one physical and the rest can be online.
Okay, so one physical gonna be here at Village Hall, so
Yes.
please cruise around, or I just make it.
Right out front.
And we can make that correction on the whereas. I'm sorry, Carol, you should have.
no worries. So by waiving this first reading, are we waiving the reading of a version that still gets rid of services committee? Yes.
Yeah, it'll come back at the next month and it'll come back at the next month. People
Meaning that in those subsequent readings, that will be amended, changed.
You have, the public has a right to come in and ask for a change to that. That's why it takes.
So in the next reading, in the next board meeting, will it be changed? I mean.
It's up to the board. The
Right.
board can modify, just
Okay.
because we pass the first reading doesn't mean we can't modify it on the second.
Okay. got it.
I'm not
So
gonna
right
push,
now-
if we have an ad hoc, I'm not gonna push the change. I think this works, so we have Mark's suggestion of ad hoc committee.
You'll have another-
I guess, I
you'll have
understand,
another shot at it.
that, yeah, okay.
All in favor, say aye or raise your hand. That
Aye.
motion carries 7-0. Next item, 8K, narrow leaf bitter crest invasive species prevention. Can this go to parks?
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that, recognize that we responded, we brought about it. This all did go to Parks and the Garden Committee. Carol forwarded me a bunch of stuff that I had not actually seen that was part of those chains. I'd actually originally only jumped in because she was gone at the time and he sounded like he hadn't been responded to and was upset. I just wanted to make sure that he felt like he was being responded to. But it sounds as if that basically everybody has since gotten together to figure out what to be able to do, where to remove it. DNR has since gotten involved. They'll figure out where it's going to be. It sounds like everything is going the way that one would hope, other than the fact that he was left to pull it by himself with it already having gone to seed in the beginning, if you will, because it's seeded early. But I just want to make sure that being that it's the only example of this invasive here in Wisconsin, it seemed like we should be responding to it. And the fact that he was left to pull it by himself and took that action, I just wanted to make sure that the rest of us all responded and it was noticed, so we can let it go.
Any other comment on this?
There's
Sounds like Charlotte,
Opportunity. Rocky, I'm gonna let Carol go and then
No,
I'll call.
I didn't hear you say that. It's fine. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's okay. Go ahead, Carol.
Yeah, there was a one weed pulling event last week. There's gonna be another one Friday, 9 a.m. at the volleyball courts in Post Farm Park. They're targeting Dame's Rocket, garlic mustard, motherwort, hedge parsley, and identifying creeping bellflower and Japanese knotweed. The bittercress has gone to seed, but the DNR are coming to visit us very soon to get a look at it. So both Garden Club and Parks are engaged, and Patrick as well, who did quite a bit of weed pulling, but didn't get the part that
John pulled it, pool did.
Yeah.
So thanks, John, by the way, for.
Excellent. If there's no other discussion. Oh, wait, Rocky?
Oh, I was gonna say, it sounds like the garlic mustard thing from 20, 30 years ago, where half the village was pulling garlic mustard in big groups. Sounded like the same thing. We all kind of banded together, showed up, like Carol talked about, and pulled weeds.
I
didn't know we had weed parties.
Agenda item. This was a last minute over the weekend emergency because of the storm. Discussion possible action, consider advanced purchase of a wood chipper.
No, all right, so Terry had quotes and everything. It was supposed to be done in January. It's about a $10,000 repair just to do what we have to do. The problem is there's no wood chippers available for at least 2 to 3 months. So if we bought one, we would still have to rent for several months. In that case, I think it's better to repair it. All I did is I asked Terry and Brian to talk to Vermeer to make sure they can look for any other marginal items and maybe replace those also. And then we keep the chipper for another 3, 4 years. Because we're replacing most of the items to get the crap beat out of them. So what's left are things that vibrate and wear out, like some switches and gauges and things. So at this point, because we can't get a chipper for several months, I'm just going along with what Terry suggested. That's what I think we should do, is just fix it. It's a $10,000 repair. He may add 1,000 or 2 to get the odds and ends so the chipper runs another 4 or 5 years.
Perfect. Sounds good. Thank you, Rocky.
Mm-hmm.
Agenda item 9A, village president report. The only thing I have to report is that I wrote a letter. It's on page 126 of the packet, which was to vocalize what the administrator and the previous finance director had already concluded, which is that UW-Madison needs to pay for their zoning fees. And that's included. All it is, I think we're not at a stage where we need to talk to the village attorney yet. It's just writing their own words, strongly worded language. If they want to dispute it, we could then talk to the village attorney on, do we want to fight this? Is it worth it fighting it or not? We're not there yet. That's all I have.
I haven't heard a response yet.
How much is it?
A couple $1,000. But it's also about moving forward. Are we going to be covering all your fees moving forward? I just don't think it's fair. So,
It's the principle.
do you have anything?
Just a lot of future interviewing of administrative staff members, whether that be LTE full-time. We have the finance director first round resume review scheduled for Thursday morning. Clerk position closes Thursday afternoon, and should hopefully have some updates to share as far as, next steps in that process. And I need to formalize a panel, work with me to do the clerk. But LTEs, I'm gonna start reaching out to those who already touched base with me and start scheduling some in-person meetings. Talk about that.
Go ahead, Mark.
Couple questions for Brian. One is the recent storm we had. Some residents lost power for a sustained period of time. Is that on us and the way we failed to maybe put some of the wires underground? Or is that something outside of our control? I think those residents felt, I've heard from a couple of them, felt very frustrated that we went through this whole process of burying the lines and so on, and yet still in different parts of the village, kind of without any rhyme or reason, but lost power, and not just for an hour or two, but for, in one case, at least for a day or two.
Right.
So I think if you don't know the answer now, it would be good to
I don't
understand
know.
what the vulnerability is. Is it,
Sure.
is it something that's outside our control? It's something outside the village and MGD has to fix it, but there's nothing we can do? Or is it something that we need to do internally? The next thing I want to just raise is July 4th, which is coming on us very quickly. And I'm wondering what the board is going to be hosting the picnic. There isn't any discussion about organizing the board, barbecue, cooking food.
I have not had conversations pertaining.
I'm just saying, I just don't want all of these residents to show up on July 4th on the green and find out there's nothing going on. So, I mean, I count on the volunteers, the association, to get the fireworks going and get a lot of those events, but the picnic was really one thing that was on the board, right?
Yeah, last cycle, that was more or less handled by getting jump started, but timing was such this year that.
I get it, but either we need to call it off or we need to find a way to staff it. But we can't just be silent and have all these residents show up on July 4th and say, well, what happened to this part of the tradition? It's just over.
I actually asked Rec if that was something that we needed to do and was told that that was all done by the fireworks teams. And I had no idea I assumed that I was gonna have to show up and flip burgers. I had no idea. Have to use the wrong term.
The picnic has been done by the trustees. Taking the money, setting out, clean up, the whole 9 yards. So
The trustees always did the grilling. The trustees always did the grilling. The fire department did all the rest. I mean, that's how it's been as long as I've lived in the village. The trustees handled the grilling on the 4th of July.
I think it was usually a staff member who ordered the food. I think David Sykes often did it. So, in my opinion, I would not want to ask staff with everything else that they have to do to cater a picnic. Just a bridge too far.
Is it already, like on a schedule that's out?
I've seen it in the 4th of July announcement, yeah.
Yeah, it's in there.
So Gary Johnson was responsible for the fireworks. Blackhawk Liaison Committee kind of gets involved because it's Blackhawk Country Club. We gotta make a decision really fast. Is this happening or is it not?
Yeah.
I mean, we're gonna have to make it happen. What about the dance that's scheduled by us too?
I don't think it was that complicated to order this stuff. I mean, Dave's done it so many times. It's probably just a list. You order boxes of brats and boxes of burgers, a bunch of barbecue, or a bunch of coals and stuff, and we just did it. It isn't like we bought a whole lot of stuff.
We have to give some direction.
Yeah.
Are we?
I would get the list from David Sykes and just do it. Get the list from David Sykes and just go buy the stuff.
I think it's gonna be a little bit harder than that. You need volunteers. There's a bunch of stuff somewhere in the DPW building. If we're gonna do it, then we need to say, somebody's gonna contact these 2 people tomorrow, figure out if we have manpower to do it.
So the crew or the fire set up the table, the barbecue and the tables, that's all up there in cold storage. That was all set up. We just showed up there as the trustees and the food, we just pulled it out, broke it up and cooked it. But the grill was put there by the DPW usually, the crew. And so we just had a grill and I think it was 3 tables, something like that is all we really had. And then they had a cash register and someone's kids, we did the money.
Do it or not want to do it? You gotta make a call.
I think we need to do it.
I think we need to do it, but we need to figure out who to ask. So who do we ask what they're going to have set up and what we need to do? I'll make the phone call and call them tomorrow, but I have no idea who I even call.
David Sykes will have a list.
Sorry, Rocket.
20 years.
Who?
David Sykes has done it for 20, 30, 40 years. He'll have a list of what to buy.
Okay, Brian Mooney is going to follow up possibly with David Sykes or Terry or whoever else and let us know by Thursday or Friday. Is that fair?
I'm happy to go buy the stuff from Costco or wherever it is to get us set up. I just need to know who to talk to, and what we need to do.
Brian is volunteering to assist. Please use him. The
Brian.
Brian's available.
Oh, that makes sense.
I'll be Brian Helper to the
And
extent.
just a show of hands, how many trustees are available to set up, cook, clean up?
Obviously, I already
For
put my
the
name in it.
barbecue, so there's some idea.
I'll be there. I'll be there.
Okay, all right. Okay, no, okay, so
No, I
one,
told
two,
Ben
three, four,
Ferraro
five.
when I was recruited to be run for trustee, I'll run for trustee, but I can't do the 4th of July.
Okay, so we
barbecue.
just got, I'm sorry, Carol.
Yeah. That's it.
We got
That's it.
4 or 5?
I am available, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there's 5 ones. And you could recruit some previous trustees, I think the Brett Friday would help. Dietmar might definitely get Dietmar. Get Dietmar on board, okay.
We all want to be told what to do.
Next,
Impress prior trustees, I don't know. It's like Shanghai. Okay,
are there any committee reports? Ad hoc comms is finally meeting next week, so I will have hopefully something good at the July meeting. Okay. On ad hoc comms, there is a resident who wants to be an editor. Brian, can you share that?
Oh, yeah, we should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's also a resident 9-year-old who would like to participate.
All right,
Send it over.
Okay. All right, closed session. Please. Am I going too fast?
Tim.
Somebody else want to say something? All right. Okay, closed session. Please take note that the board may meet in closed session pursuant to section 19.851 sub F, considering financial, medical, social, or personal histories or disciplinary data of specific persons, preliminary considerations of specific personnel problems, or the investigation of charges against specific persons, except where paragraph B applies, which, if discussed in public, would be likely to have a substantial adverse effect upon the reputation of any person referred to in such histories or data or involved in such problems or investigations. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
Motion to go into closed session.
Is there a second?
I guess I can second it, sure.
Rocky seconds the motion.
Okay, we
You
need to-
need a roll call vote.
I think it'd be a good idea.
I think you have to. At least that's what I remember. Am I wrong, Mark?
no, I think you need a real, a vote on this. I'll go in
Can
and
we make the announcement that we adjourn upon completion so people don't have to have an announcement, we're coming back for, I didn't.
It is the next thing on there that we,
Mistakenly put without coming back into
Yeah.
open session on the agenda. So
so that being said, does anybody have any future items probably shut down to make sure that we get that clear out of the way so it's not undone?
Doing future items. Kate, I've
The
got,
ad hoc committee, could we talk about maybe getting that form? Would you like me to send out an email or something? The Mark's suggestion for services replacement, the ad hoc committee? How do we do
let's
that?
follow up on that. I want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly. So yes, Rocky, let's follow up on that.
Okay, so we need to,
So we're gonna turn off the live session. Is that what you're asking?
Except we need to draw-
To vote first,
Yeah.
right?
the closed session.
All right. I'm gonna call the vote.
probably
Yes.
Bushtick,
Yes.
Harford,
No.
Letterer,
no,
Alsvik,
Yes.
and shut down. Oh, I'm sorry, Rocky.
Yes.
And shut.
Yes. I think everybody should stretch for like 30 seconds. It's good for your body, good for you to just get some blood circulation.
I haven't stood up yet, though. Stand up.
By the way, I talked to MG&E about the power on Tally Hill Lane for 3 days. A big pine tree took out the primary and actually destroyed one of the transformers, and they couldn't get a transformer faster. That's why on Tally Hole it was down on the south side. So as soon as they had a transformer, they had 3, 4 trucks over there getting it up as soon as they could. It was a giant pine tree, just wiped everything out, took everything down.
Okay.
That's helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shannon.